All right, are we ready? There we go. All right, my apologies for the delay. It's going to be we got speakers, we have proclamations, we have all sorts of wonderful things happening today. So I'd like to be able to call this meeting to order. It is about 9:50. It is Tuesday, August 8th, 2023. And clerk, could you please call the roll?
Ellen. Bates,
Bates, yes. Here. Sorry.
Berman,
Berman's here.
Doherty,
Doherty here.
Davist. Ford,
Ford, yes. Here.
Combs. Iqbal,
Iqbal present.
Juby,
here.
Kenyon,
Here.
Caius,
Guys present.
Leonard,
Leonard here.
Lewis, Linder, Molina,
Molina present.
Roth,
Roth here.
Sanchez,
Sanchez present.
Silva,
Silva's here.
Strathman,
Strathman here.
Surgis,
Purchase present.
Tarver,
Tarver here.
Tepe,
Tepe here.
Williams,
Williams here.
Young,
Young here.
and Madam Chair, you're present with a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. Is Mr. Dallas?
He is not.
Okay, very good. And Ellen is going to be on her way.
Okay.
I have a request for remote attendance. That would be Gary Doherty, Mr. Linder, and Mr. Young. Mr. Linder, I don't know if he's going to be coming on in a little while. Do I have your permission to allow these individuals to attend remotely?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Miss Allen was going to be doing the Pledge of Allegiance and she is on her way. So there was an issue at home. So if I could have somebody else lead the pledge, Mr. Surges, why don't you lead the pledge for us? And Mr. Tarver, I'm going to ask you to invoke some wise words, please, for the invocation.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, for on the spot words of wisdom, I just give everybody an opportunity to think together and be here together and listen as we all speak and know that the business that we're at hand is for the betterment of our county.
Thank you. Thank you. May I please now have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of July 11th, 2023 and July 18th, 2023.
Madam Chair, this is
Madam
Caius.
Chair.
I would ask for unanimous consent for the approval of the minutes from those two dates, please.
Thank you, Mr. Caius. We have unanimous consent. Yes, very good. Thank you. Comment. Couple of issues we have is that we have right now 72 minutes worth of speakers. It is up to the board to allow this to happen. 30 minutes is what's allowed traditionally by Robert's rules, which we do follow. So I will have to ask your permission if you would like to extend that to a time. It can be 30, it can be 45 minutes, or it can be, I believe it would be 72 minutes all in.
Madam Chair.
to-
Madam Chair,
They're all agenda items.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
Tepe here. I'd like to make a motion to limit the time to 30 minutes.
All right. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. We need to take a vote. Please call the roll.
Okay, motion to limit to 30 minutes. Ellen, not here yet. Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
No.
Doherty,
Doherty, no.
Davist. Right, not yet. Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, no.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Juby, no.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
oops. Linder, not here yet. Or Linder, did you arrive online?
Mr. Linder, are you there? I see your face. You have no,
You have no voice.
Thumb up or thumb
Yeah.
down.
your microphone is not working.
Thumbs down, it's a nay.
Oh, that was a no. That was a no.
Thank you. Melina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Silva,
Clarification to vote to keep it to 30 minutes?
Yes, that's a yes.
No.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
No.
Garber,
No.
Tebby,
Deppie, yes.
Williams,
Williams, no.
Young.
Young, no.
Okay,
Yes.
just double checking. 814 fails,
Fails.
so it's gonna.
Madam Chair Gums,
It's Ms. Gums.
in the spirit of the items that we do have on here, it's kind of unusual for the two major topics that we're going to be talking about. So I would like to let everybody speak.
Well, I think that was an agreement. The board has allowed to have all of you able to present. I would ask you though, and just in time, that if you find that somebody else has spoken before you and that you're saying the same points, if you can make sure that any new points you would like to bring forward to the board, you would bring those forward. So we don't have the same words being said over and over again, because we hear you and we welcome your voices very loud and very clearly. We do all welcome you. So with that, I'd like to begin.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Oh, yes.
Has Mr. Young been approved to vote in this meeting?
Yes, he has.
Okay,
That was,
thank you.
that was extended before. Thank you. Right, I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to be sitting down during this time. Katie Botke.
Thank you. I'm speaking on resolution 23-330 called the authorizing contract for Prison Rape Elimination Act. Incident reporting service for the Juvenile Justice Center. The act was signed into corporate statutes are not law, in 2003 by George W. Bush. First of all, and it covers, according to the act, ages 10 to 21, 10-year-old kids to 21-year-olds. First of all, what is an act? We have all these acts in politics, corporate government. Merriam-Webster, it goes down to some definitions, but some of the definitions are one of successive parts or performances, as in a variety show or circus. B, the performer or performers in such an act. C, a performer or presentation identified with a particular group or individual. 6, a display of affected behavior, pretense. So moving on to the resolution. About the time that George Bush was signing that Prison Rape Elimination Act, in 2003, I used to go to Peck Farm or Peck Field. My kids were playing soccer over there. We go to the dog park. I drive down that road. And if you keep going straight on the road and not turn in the parking lot to the park, you go into, I don't know what that is. It's a juvenile prison, I guess. It's barbed wire. It's heavily, it looks like a maximum security prison. And I was driving out one day and a car pulled up and asked me for directions to that juvenile center. There's a man driving, and it was a teenage boy in the passenger seat. And I just felt for that boy, because I didn't know what kind of hell he was going to go into. One thing for a kid that young to be incarcerated. And for another thing, we know it's pretty common knowledge what happens in some of these youth detention centers. There's a 1990s movie called The Sleepers. There's a lot of truth to the movies in Hollywood. They're called fiction. But a lot of them are based on what really happens. And The Sleepers, I'm not going to read the whole thing in the interest of time. But there's a summary. If you go on Wikipedia and read the summary, 4 boys get thrown into one of these homes or one of these places. And the inmates, it's the prison guards. The prison guards who were attacking them with beatings, daily beatings, sexual abuse, to the point where they were all brutally raped. There's no consequence. One of the guards in the movie, this is fiction, in the movie, one of the guards becomes a politician. So in some cases, life imitates art or art imitates life. I've mentioned here before about the Franklin scandal. The Franklin scandal, you should all know, every American should know about that. It's about what happened to the boys in Boys Town, boys and girls. And who was behind that? When I was reading that book, the Franklin scandal, the Franklin conspiracy, when I was reading that book, I'm like, well, who was in the White House at that time? They're trafficking boys and girls from Boys Town and foster kids from the system, CPS system, from Omaha, Nebraska to Washington, D.C. for late night sex parties, sex orgies at the White House. Who was in the White House at the time? This is in the 1980s. It was George H.W. Bush. So George H.W. Bush, I hope the truth comes out about him, about what he had done to boys and what George Bush and Jeb Bush did to cover up his heinous crimes for years. And so then George Bush signs this act. It's ridiculous. It's an act. It's not real. Also, I just lead you to Magdalene Laundries. This is church and state. They say that we're helping these kids. It's government money, but they're just going into worse hell than they ever came out. And some of them didn't even commit crimes. Some of them are victims of crimes and they get put into these places. Philomena is another one. I'd mentioned Mark Campobello last month in my comment. He was at Mooseheart. So he was an accused child molester. He was at Mooseheart. Back then, or after that, after Campobello left, I did a press conference about the CEO at Mooseheart, who was a child molester.
Ms. Botke, time is up.
Okay. In a better world, the boys would be able to, or the girls would be able to call the sheriff's department, get a direct line to the sheriff's department, who would then send the SWAT team to these centers, not to some family services center in Elgin, so they can take their report and let it continue. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Grandma Jude. Is Mrs. Jude here? No? Jim Whittington?
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you. My name is Jim Whittington. I moved here in 1979 and I voted in every election since that time in Kane County. And frankly, I never would have imagined that the peaceful county that I moved to would descend into the chaos and the questions of, that we're all questioning. Do we have honest elections? And what's going on in our county? And but first of all, I want to thank the board for at least standing up for free speech this morning. I'm appalled that people would make motions to limit our free speech. What's wrong with you? In any event, I'm curious. I imagine, I don't know the exact oath that each of you took when you were elected to this office. I know there's been a pending case before before SCOTUS about whether the Congress lived up to their oath on January 6th. But I really wonder, you know, are you really living up to your oath? Are you really investigating all these motions that you're putting through? And especially this last one about purchasing $8 million in machines. And my understanding is that that actually has moved pretty quickly through the committees within a couple of weeks. I could be wrong about that. But I think that there is a lot of question that remains about whether we're having free, fair, and honest elections in our county. And I think it's the wrong time for you to be rushing ahead and buying more machines when we can't figure out whether the machines that we already have are working properly. You know, and there's been a lot of question about the $2 million, whatever it was, award, bribe, grant, I don't know, that the clerk accepted. You know, but I'll bet you $10 million that the $2 million grant is somehow connected with the $8 million purchase that you're contemplating today. And have you all done the research? Have you looked and really seen who's behind the 2 million and who's behind the $8 million machines? I'll bet you they're connected. But you shouldn't be passing any law today, proving any motion until you can look yourself in the mirror, look into your heart, and honestly answer that you've done the research and you can come and tell all the citizens of Kane County that we're running free and fair and honest elections. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ken Zitko.
Hello, I'm Ken Zitko. I've lived in Kane County for I think 33 years now. And I sent an email to the board yesterday. This issue has been something we've been discussing for a while, but it's big. And I had a few points I wanted to share. And my concern was coming up here and making comments now and expecting those comments to be considered when you make a decision 10 minutes from now. Seem practical. So in that regard, I was going to read it, but I don't want to spend that time doing that. You all got the message, so hopefully you've had the time. And I did get some responses, which I greatly appreciate. And hopefully that conversation can continue. But just some high-level review of what that message was about. It was a request that the approval of the purchase for the election equipment not happen today, that it be postponed. And it was for a number of reasons. So mainly, separately, there's an effort to determine if it makes sense to have a separate election commission in Kane County. And so that being the case, it really seems like that commission should be involved in this decision, be it that they're created. One of the pressing factors in the presentation about the equipment seemed to be based on timing. So I wanted to point out that there's actually more time between the midterm and the election than there is between the planned October 1st date that this new equipment would be put in place between October 1st and the midterm. So postponing the decision might mean one more election that would have to happen with the existing equipment, not 2 years worth of elections like we were told in that presentation. Separately then, talking about accuracy, the FEC, actually the Federal Election Commission actually defines what an accurate election is, and they only allow one erroneous or invalid ballot in 500,000. Now, in the past, since 2020, I guess, there's been a lot of effort investigating elections and trying to determine what's good and what's bad. So most people turn that down to 1 in 125,000 ballots. So 4 times more lenient. In the end, if we just look at the midterm election in Kane County in 2018, I've shared already that there's a vote cast for me and my wife in that election, and we did not participate in that election. So that's two invalid ballots that I know of personally. There were 172,000 votes in that election. So according to federal law, it was illegal to certify that election in Kane County, but we did it anyway. So that's what election equipment is doing for us. And then the other thought about election equipment, which we saw just in the spring election, human error versus machines. How does that work? After the investigation, we were told that there were essentially 2 human errors in that election. The machines amplified that to as many as 8,500 votes, depending on what race you looked at. So we need to keep that context in mind. Then in response to my email, there was a message sent that included an article from NBC News, talked about the expense of a paper ballot election. So I just wanted to share in response to that, I don't know the validity of that data, but I do know that across the country, there are counties and cities that have already converted back to paper ballots hand counted. So this isn't an if question. It's can we do it? Do we want to do it here in Kane County? In Milton, Georgia, they've determined that each of their elections is $250,000 less expensive when they do them on paper. So this conversation needs to be had in more detail. This is why the Election Commission is an important decision and an important path that Kane County should take. And this decision regarding the equipment should be postponed. Additionally, I wanted to point out, I know since we've seen the presentation of the equipment, we've had a few extra people show up. We've had a lot of people coming for months since March. I think hundreds of predominantly conservatives. I know a bunch of them. So I can make that comment, showing up, sharing our opinions about the grant and the election equipment. Since the presentation of the election equipment and this contract, we've seen a new group of people show up that are arguing for new equipment. Election integrity and transparency should be a nonpartisan issue. We should all want fair, honest, transparent elections. So I would ask that we all sort of take that idea to heart and we do the right thing and not rush through an $8 million decision just for the sake of putting it behind us. Thank you.
That for me? Thanks.
Our next speaker is Terry Bauer.
Good morning. Here in the United States, we have turned elections into huge conglomerations that have become so complicated that once we have voted, we have no idea where our vote goes or what happens to it. Vote by mail ballots have no chain of custody. Chain of custody is that trail of who has touched the ballot and where it has been and where it is going. And that's necessary if ever a forensic audit was required. And this is especially true with vote by mail because the ballot is removed from the envelope. Voting machines, voting systems, and scanners, and all other machines that are now necessary to conduct our current elections keep climbing in price and complexity. And now we are spending millions and millions and millions of dollars for our elections. We now have less confidence in those elections than ever before. Voter integrity is not a partisan issue. Both parties have expressed lack of trust in our elections, and Rasmussen polls show that only 25% of voters trust that the person in the White House in both 2016 and in 2020 was legitimately voted into office. So both elections are in question, according to Rasmussen. Trust in our elections has eroded since 2016 and has been magnified in 2020. Just because we live in a modern world of technology does not mean that technology is best for everything. Furthermore, where is the money coming from for the $8 million machines that are on track to be ordered? Is this a line item payment? Is the state paying for any of this 8 million? Is the Alliance for Election Excellence paying for some or all of it? Why are the voting machines being ordered before the new election commission is set up? And will there really be an election commission? Or is that also just a distraction? It is a total myth that hand counting of paper ballots will take longer than machines. Ballots should be counted in the precincts or polling places where votes are cast. So there will be transparency and chain of custody because ballots are counted before leaving the building. Counting can usually begin, depending on the statutes, an hour after voting begins and will continue the entire time that voting is going on. Volunteers, including high school and college students, as well as retired people, can help count ballots. Supervisors will ensure that everything is transparent and trustworthy. As far as errors are concerned, hand counting is more trustworthy than machines because one machine error, for example, pressing the wrong button, can cause thousands of incorrect votes to be counted. With humans counting, errors would be smaller, fewer, and would not be magnified by machines. And you could also check up on them. Can voters detect malicious manipulation of ballot marking devices? According to National Science Foundation, ballot marking devices allow voters to select candidates on a computer kiosk, which prints a paper ballot that the voter can review before inserting it into a scanner to be tabulated. However, ballot marking devices do not eliminate the risk of vote stealing attacks. Malware could infect the ballot scanners and change the electronic tallies, or it could infect the ballot marking devices themselves and alter what gets printed on those ballots. This latter variety of cheating cannot be detected by a post-election audit. As I said before, weeks ago, machines are synonymous with fraud. Please postpone your votes and give paper ballots hand counted in precincts a second look. This movement is gaining traction across the country because it is simple, it's trustworthy, and it saves hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Frank Esposito.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I speak about Resolution 23-335, which again is the authorization agreement with Hart Intercivic. I am concerned about election integrity. I sent a note to all of you the other day. 3 of you actually responded, and I appreciate that. And Vern, I read the write-up about the cost of counting manual votes. And I understand that that can be quite an expense. But what is the expense of having a legitimate election? In my note to all of you, I gave you an example of a woman who had trouble voting. I called her last night to see if she would give me authorization to use her name, and she has. But I did get a couple of corrections. When this woman, an elderly retired school teacher, went to vote, she was told that she had already voted. Make a long story short, she was sent here to the county, and I indicated in my write-up that it was a mail-in ballot that was previously cast, which was incorrect. It was somebody had come and early voted under her name. Also, I indicated that she was given the opportunity to vote again. That was incorrect. She was not given the opportunity to vote at all. So she lost her right to vote in that election. Let's hope that that is an isolated case. Since it looks like the county may buy these new machines, I am not aware of the verification process the state or the county employs. I would like to highly recommend that the county, at a minimum, do something similar to what Texas does. I sent you a video in my note. Hopefully you had an opportunity to see what Texas is doing. But in summary, they ensure that no voting machine is ever connected to the internet. Because once you connect it to the internet, you don't know what goes on in that machine. Only software that Texas certifies can be loaded on voting machines. I haven't seen anything anywhere that indicates we verify the software that's being put on these machines. And all voting machines in Texas are tested for logic and accuracy 3 times, twice before the election and once immediately after the election. And interested voters are allowed to witness this testing. We should note, Texas uses 2 vendors for their voting machines, and one of them is our vendor, Hart InterCivic. There seems to be no indication in the proposal as it is written that Kane County would analyze the software provided by the vendor. I suggest the county follow Texas's lead to take precautions when voting machines are used. And please inform the public as to what is being done to safeguard election integrity. I would also like to add in closing, let's update the voter rolls. Let's eliminate mail-in balloting by not issuing to all voters. There's no need. And please only allow a 2-week early voting period at most. Because if someone is going to vote, they're able to get to the polling place within 2 weeks or on the day of the election. I see no reason to have it longer than 2 weeks. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ellen Jo Lung. LJUNG. No? Next speaker is Lona Steele.
Almost the right height. Hello, Madam Chair Parag and County Board members. I'd like to thank all of you for all that you do for the residents of Kane County. I'm here to speak about Agenda Item 9, Committee Updates Finance, Resolution 23-335, authorizing an agreement with Hart InterCivic for the upgrade of the Kane County voting system, hardware, software, and related services, and corresponding budget
Lona,
adjustment.
Ms. Steele, could you please put the microphone a little bit closer
Even
to you?
closer, right there.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Okay. I've spoken recently to the Public Service Committee and to the Finance Committee and appreciate their time, attention, and their vote to move this resolution forward. My name is Lona Steele. I live in Geneva, and I'm the first vice president of the League of Women Voters of Central Kane County. A nonpartisan organization, the League of Women Voters was formed 103 years ago in Chicago at the time of the passage of the 19th Amendment. Our goals are to register citizens to vote, to educate voters on voting procedures, and to provide accurate information about issues and candidates. We do not endorse or support a candidate. For many years, our members have served as voter registrars, as poll watchers, and poll judges. We've worked closely with the Kane County Clerk's Office to provide voter registrar training, to educate ourselves on the current voting system, and to assure that this county has election security and integrity. We have high confidence in the officials and the voting system of the Kane County Clerk's Office. We found that the county clerk's officials and employees are knowledgeable, They're willing to encourage questions and to answer those questions and to streamline a secure voting process. We know that upgrading their system maintains its integrity. County Clerk Cunningham has shown Kane County residents fiscal prudence and careful oversight of funds needed to keep our election machines secure and working well, and to train election officials we can trust to manage elections efficiently and honestly. That we are speaking about upgrading an 18-year-old system affirms the fiscal conservatism of the county clerk's office. Leaguers rely on consensus studies to formulate grassroots, nonpartisan position statements on myriad issues. Both the National and the Illinois League have documents which detail the league's consensus on issues. For the League of Women Voters of Illinois, we refer to the document called Where We Stand. For our 2021-2023 advocacy under the pillar of voting rights and election processes, it states that the League of Women Voters of Illinois will work to protect voting by mail, voter access, voter registration, and election security, and to standardize best practices and processes across election authorities. Then, under the election systems criteria section, it is stated that an election system should be resistant to both outright fraud and forms of political manipulation, and that it should be easy to use and to administer, and that citizens should be able to cast their votes with ease and to understand the election results without difficulty. It also states that for an efficient election system, consideration should be given to the administrative costs of conducting elections. The features and cost of the Hart InterCivic upgrade meets these criteria. Again, we thank all of you for your service to the residents of Kane County.
Our next speaker is Stephen Brizowitz.
Hi, I too would like to thank you for this opportunity to have my voice heard. I've heard a lot of the complaints that the people that think our elections are somehow invalid have been making, and this really isn't the place to make that complaint. They had an actual valid complaint with actual good facts. They'd be in a courtroom. They wouldn't be standing here in front of a mic where anybody can say whatever they want without attribution or evidence. The Hart InterCivic machines are certified at the federal and state level, as I believe all voting machines in Illinois would be. Our voting system of early voting and counting the votes by electronic means in Kane County is fast and efficient. Yes, mistakes can be made, but when mistakes can be made by 10 people in a room counting the votes, or 500 people in the various precincts counting by hand every vote in every election at one time, your mind gets numb. It's just beyond human capacity to be incredibly accurate as a machine can be. The machines don't lose focus. So I hope you pass the funding for the Hart InterCivics machine. I'd also, since I still have a little time, would like to speak to one more issue that's on the agenda, and that's also the Responsible Bidder Act. I've been a construction worker for 50 years. I've seen a full range of very competent and pretty incompetent work by any trade you can imagine, and passing the Responsible Bidder Act would set a floor of competency for contractors. It would not disadvantage small contractors. It would mean that the county would be funding small contractors to have the training and increase their competence that a large manufacturer or a large bidder could have. So I'd appreciate also if you pass that. Thank you for your time on that.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jean McGowan.
Good morning. Thank you for your time this morning. I am a Geneva resident, going on 18 years, and have enjoyed my time living here in Kane County. What I'd like to ask is for the board to consider a land acquisition, and that is for the MIF, Midwest Industrial Funds property that's located near the intersection of Kirk and Fabian Roads in Geneva Township, directly east of the city of Geneva border, and it's unincorporated Kane County. And I'm very concerned that the approximately 10 acres of old growth oak forest that's located at the MIF property is going to be destroyed because the plan is for MIF to build 8 separate large warehouse buildings. And one of those warehouse buildings would be directly where the oak forest is, and it would cause those oak trees to be chopped down and the entire oak forest ecosystem that is supported to be destroyed. So I know this is private property and there is no tree preservation ordinance in Kane County currently. So I would like to propose that the county board use eminent domain to transfer those, like I said, the approximately 10 forested acres to transfer those to the Kane County Forest Preserve. And in doing so would protect that unique and endangered ecosystem. And there are dozens of very healthy, thriving, centuries-old oak trees between 200 and 300 years old. Those oak trees are the foundation of that ecosystem. And I don't need to list all of the many benefits of the oak ecosystem, but I believe that by the county using its rights to, as I said, use eminent domain to transfer the forested section to the county forest preserve, that is just, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. It's for the public good. So it meets the criteria for eminent domain. And I don't see any other way to save those trees and to save the ecosystem, because the company could go in and bulldoze the entire forest right now if they wanted to, sadly. So I do have a flyer. I don't know if I'm allowed to pass this out, and I have extra copies.
You can just leave them and we'll distribute them.
Okay, that would be wonderful. And just on here, there's a website that has some information, additional information in case you don't all know about it already. But I'm very thankful for all that the county does is through their forest preserve and the support of open lands and open space. And so I guess that's all I wanted to say. Please save these woods. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Josh Weger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the board. Glad to be with you here this morning. You've all heard from me before, I think, several times over the last 6 or 7 months, but maybe this will be my last time. We'll see. I'm Josh Weger. I'm with the I'm with the Illinois Economic Policy Institute, a nonpartisan, nonprofit research organization. We partner with academic PhDs and do rigorous analysis to help elected officials make sound policy decisions. That's our mission. And for the last 10 years, we've been studying a variety of topics, including responsible bidder standards in both theory and practice around the country. And we have comprehensive research on the topic. I do want to congratulate the board for coming thus far in your efforts to join a growing list of local governments around the United States and around Illinois who have made the wise decision to adopt a responsible bidder ordinance. Examples include Lake County, Grundy County, Will County, DuPage County, and the municipalities of Elgin, Aurora, and Naperville, just to name a few of the more than 100 in Illinois. The proposed RBO on your agenda has been the subject of months of discussion, meetings, research, and analysis. Various county board members have been engaged, as has the state's attorney's office, the purchasing department, KDOT. The RBO has now gone through 3 committees. I first presented on it in March to the committee of the whole. It has received media coverage and has been the subject of at least 2 op-eds in the Daily Herald. So to say that it has been thoroughly vetted would be an understatement. Everybody has had an opportunity to weigh in on the RBO. I have not seen any opposition at all to the RBO from day one, and there's good reason for that. RBOs there's no downside to a responsible bidder ordinance. It's a protection plan. It's a backstop for taxpayers and for you as a public body. Now, keep 2 points in mind. You have to pay prevailing wages for all public construction projects, prevailing wage set by the state. So if you're going to pay prevailing wages, wouldn't it be nice to also get quality and have quality vendors, quality bidders? That's what you can get if you adopt a responsible bidder ordinance. You can be assured that you are getting a certain level of contractor and a certain level of workforce quality. Taxpayers have the right to expect that. Taxpayer value, that's what it's all about. And I should point out that there is a dark side to the construction industry. I think everybody knows it. There's no sense in denying it. Every year, construction contractor complaints are on the top 10 of the list of complaints submitted, consumer fraud complaints submitted to the Illinois Attorney General's office year after year after year. So there is a dark side, but an RBO again lays out some guardrails, standards, criteria for bidders and subcontractors. And the hallmark of that is the participation requirement in proper bona fide apprenticeship training programs. My organization believes that every local government should have an RBO. And if you don't, it's really a disservice to the taxpayers, because the state law says that you have to award contracts to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. And it defines what responsive is, but it does not define what a responsible bidder is. That is up to you. That is your job. And so the model that you've been considering is an excellent model. It's an excellent model. It'll provide that minimum standard criteria for bidders. So I would urge you to move forward with the RBO, discourage you from any more delays or proposed amendments that water the RBO down. That would not serve any purpose other than an agenda of just delaying and sidetracking a proper piece of public policy that frankly this county shouldn't go another day without. So in closing, I thank you for your time. Thank you. Congratulations for your consideration of an excellent piece of public policy. I want to thank you for your service on the county board. I think it goes underappreciated sometimes, the sacrifices that you have to make in order to serve. We recognize that at the Institute. I want to thank you for that, and good luck to you all as you consider how you're going to vote on this. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Next speaker is Devin Corbett.
Good morning. I'm Devin Corbett from Aurora. And as I've been listening to comments by my fellow citizens and committee members in recent meetings, they keep pointing out that we need to upgrade our computer system, our election computer system, and to make it easier to vote. And they say the machines are secure. Well, I say, how do they know? When they don't say anything about transparency, how can they really know that they're secure or reliable? When transparency is ignored, democracy dies in darkness. Focusing on ease of voting is pointless if transparency and security are ignored. Now, I've heard that the Hart Intercivic would never let an independent evaluator get close enough to their equipment, which is really our equipment. for a reasonable, meaningful inspection. Well, if that's true, maybe we just shouldn't buy it. And incidentally, how is it easier to vote on new equipment that we have to learn all over again? How is that easier than simply punching a paper ballot? A few important but miscellaneous points about corrupting and degrading our elections. Bill Barr said in 2020 on a CNN interview, not that I watch CNN ever, but he made a great point that was replayed everywhere. He said that establishing mail-in voting was playing with fire. And that seems obvious to me since postal workers are handling live ballots outside of the election process and without being trained as election judges. So the chain of custody is weak or broken. Secondly, a special commission in 2005, which Jimmy Carter headed, pointed out that mail-in voting was dangerous, paraphrased. Also, last year, a DePage judge said that comparing signatures with the mail-in ballot application, which we did and still do here in Kane County, is an obvious pathway to fraud. And yet, right after the election, the state legislature went ahead and legalized it. Imagine that. One more important point. In 2019, Democratic Senators Elizabeth Warren and Amy Klobuchar co-signed a letter to the private equity firm that owned Hart InterCivic, expressing particular concern, quote, that secretive and trouble-plagued companies owned by private equity firms and responsible for manufacturing and maintaining voting machines and other election administration equipment have long skimped on security in favor of convenience, leaving voting systems across the country prone to security problems, unquote. If two Democratic senators were concerned, then I'm concerned. Here in Kane County, our clerk wants to continue and even expand down this path, but who's thinking about election security and transparency in Kane County in Illinois? One last weird thing I noticed, a public commentator recently stated Hart Civic is a good company to work for. I hope we don't work for them because that would be an issue. They should be working for us or not at all. So it somehow it doesn't, none of this makes any sense. And how can we return to some sanity here? Well, we don't have to update the computer systems that aren't transparent and maybe not secure. We shouldn't be spending a total of $10 million on equipment that destroys these crucial elements. We do have the option to return to transparent and easier to use paper ballots with all precinct voting and counting in a single day, like we did do in the past. And let's add in voter ID. The $10 million under consideration would be better spent by opening the precincts back up again, thereby minimizing long lines. It worked for Kane County and most of Kane County's history until a few years ago. Elections used to be decided in one day, and we usually had definitive results by that night or the next morning at the latest. And what's wrong with that? It worked before, and there's absolutely no reason it can't work again. Thank you very much for the opportunity to weigh in.
Speaker is Mark Schrange. Excuse me if I mispronounce your name.
And it always is, right. My name is Mark Schrage, and my wife and I live in Elgin. We were poll watchers this last election for the first time. And in the process, we have been attending numerous meetings here and numerous insights gained, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Should I have spoken today was one thing I asked my wife last night, as it doesn't seem I'm really going to have anything non-repetitive, which I appreciate, Madam Chair, you talking about. But she said, I think it's more important that you speak repetitively than assume that you've been heard. So like I said, the process where we watched the last election in April, we observed numerous dozens of election code violations, resulting in numerous affidavits written and filed, which, to my understanding, have been largely ignored, unattended to, and non-responded to. We observed very abnormal operations on election night and have yet to gain any satisfactory explanation or even attempts at explanation by any of the board or staff. I understand it's time consuming. We've attended, like I just said, numerous Kane County board meetings, and still there have been almost no attempts at satisfactory explanations toward the violations nor the results. It's more important that I speak than that I assume that I've been heard. My options, our options at this point, to work for a better method of casting and counting votes and or a more responsive representation. My wife and I, we have it within us to work for better methods of casting and counting our votes and working for more responsive representatives. Thank you.
Include the public comment. All righty. So now it's time for celebration. Our next speaker is going to present our probation officer of the year, and I'd like to bring Lisa Ost, Executive Director of Court Services, to the microphone, please. Oh, right there.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. As you know, on today's agenda, under Resolution 23-343 is a proclamation recognizing probation and pretrial officer week that happened in July. And I appreciate you voting yes on the proclamation to recognize our fine probation and pretrial officers. Today, I want to present an award to our probation officer of the year. I have a very short thing to read, and then I'll bring her up and recognize her. So National Pretrial Probation and Detention Officer Week was recognized in July. During the course of the year, Court Services staff nominate 6 individuals for Probation Officer of the Month, and then choose from those individuals someone to be recognized as Officer of the Year. This morning, Tammy Williams is a pretrial officer who's being recognized by her peers for this distinguished honor. Tammy is highly respected by her peers and has been with Court Services since 2017. She was promoted to senior staff in 2019 and has a genuine desire to help others. As a member of the Court Services Training Committee, she has authored an impressive collection of instructional resources. And you all know the Pretrial Fairness Act is going into effect in September. She has been instrumental in helping us prepare and get ready for that act, for the implementation of that act. Tammy has spent countless hours of one-on-one time teaching her fellow staff members the ins and outs of the job, providing guidance and instilling in them a team-first mentality. Her work ethic is truly a cut above. Tammy embodies all of the values of an effective officer and a genuine public servant. She is warm, genuine, and empathetic, but she's also very serious about public safety. She works hard to help the people who are assigned to her, but she also makes sure that the courts know when their efforts fail. She's an amazingly hard worker, and we're very lucky to have her. And I want you to help me congratulate Tammy Williams for being voted Probation Officer of the Year. Certificate reads, Tammy Williams, this is presented in recognition of your exemplary service. You have been awarded Probation Officer of the Year by a majority of your peers. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Sally.
Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. And does she get a lunch?
Yes.
Good. I would hope so. So the next one is, I'm very pleased about this. Oftentimes our young people are do wonderful things and they don't get recognized here by the county board. And I would like to thank Ms. Juby for bringing this to my attention. So with that, I'd like her to present a proclamation, please.
Where's Riley? Is Riley still here? There she is.
There she is. Hi, Riley.
Hi, Riley. From one.
Riley, why don't you stand up
Another.
and come up to the
Oh,
podium?
Riley, get up
And-
here. Come on.
And are your parents with you, Riley? Okay.
Sorry it took so long.
Oh, no, you're-
And like I said, from one Geneva Viking to another. This is a proclamation recognizing Riley Hasagawa for being named Kane County Chronicle Female Athlete of the Year. Whereas Geneva Viking Riley Hasagawa was a 2-year starter for Geneva's varsity girls basketball team, averaging 6.2 points with 2.5 assists and 45% from the 3-point line for the Duquesne Conference Regional and Sectional Champions. And whereas Riley was a 3-year varsity soccer player, soccer MVP, helping Geneva to win its first regional title since 2017 with 16 goals, 11 assists. And whereas Riley was ranked number 4 in the Geneva Vikings double tennis duo. And whereas Riley has shown exceptional prowess leading the Geneva Vikings in basketball, soccer, and tennis, resulting in her designation of Kane County Chronicle's Female Athlete of the Year 2022 to 2023, and is an excellent role model for future Kane County athletes. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by this County Board of Kane County, Illinois, that it hereby recognizes Riley Hasagawa for her athletic accomplishments and wish her the best in her collegiate soccer career at Florida Southern College. Congratulations.
All right. What'd she do? She put her under the table.
Riley, you're not quite off the spot yet. Because I wasn't at the microphone. Where are you going to go to school? What are next steps? Florida Southern, and to study?
Major in exercise science.
Excellent, good. And you're going to continue your athletic career?
Yeah, I'll be playing soccer down there.
Fantastic, fantastic. We look forward to seeing you at the World Cup.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe, fingers crossed. Keep us posted.
Thanks, Riley.
The next one just happens by coincidence to be a relative of one of our board members. So I will have Mr. Surges present this.
Madam Chair, thank you. Drew, are you by chance online?
I am.
I can see you, buddy. Madam Chair, in my political career here at the county, there has been one consistent question that I get asked everywhere I go. How are you related to Drew Surges? Nephew, Drew is an outstanding young man, and Drew is joining us today from Iowa State University, where I think you have the morning off and coach was gracious enough to let you jump on a Zoom call. Am I correct?
Yeah, we got the morning off.
There you go. All right. This is a proclamation recognizing Drew Surges for being named Kane County Chronicle Male Athlete of the Year. Whereas St. Charles North Drew Surges helped to lead the Stars of Class 7A state quarterfinals by rushing 888 yards on 179 carries, averaging 74 rushing yards per game and 638 receiving yards on 42 catches. Whereas Drew had the team high of 96 tackles, 6 for loss, 1 sack, 3 forced fumbles, and 2 interceptions, playing a pivotal role in the Stars' 7-0 record to the Duquesne Conference. And whereas Drew was named Duquesne Conference Offensive Player of the Year, and whereas Drew was a finalist for the Conference Defensive Player of the Year, and whereas Drew placed 8th in the individual straight wrestling, not football, wrestling finals at 195 pounds, and whereas Drew holds Duquesne Conference regional, and sectional wrestling titles. And now whereas Drew has shown exceptional prowess leading the St. Charles North Stars in football, offensively as well as defensively, and wrestling, resulting in his designation as Kane County Chronicle Male Athlete of the Year for 2022 to 2023, and is an excellent role model for future Kane County athletes. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by this County Board of Kane County, Illinois, that it hereby recognizes Drew Surgis for his athletic accomplishments, and we wish him the very best in his collegiate career at Iowa State University.
Oh, very good. Congratulations. I hope your coach was listening to this. It'll be recorded so you can play it for all your friends and family.
Thank you. Thank
So,
you.
besides playing football, which I assume is that why you're down at Iowa State right now practicing, what else are you going to study?
I'm gonna study kinesiology and maybe sports medicine. Not really sure what I want to do yet after college, but I have a good idea. So
It's time to explore a little bit. Time to
Yeah.
explore, and that's the beauty of university. So we have.
Hey, buddy, you're not too big. I love you.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah, your loving uncle will has a plaque, and I'm sure he'll get it to you, your parents, and they'll or he'll come see you at a potential football game and present that. Okay. So best of luck to you, and thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, that was fun. That was well done.
Thank you.
Okay. We are now moving on to our zoning petitions.
Good morning, Madam Chair and everyone else.
Morning, Mr. Ford.
Our first petition is 4610. And it is the petitioner is Nadine Flint Trust. The location is 49 West 170 Lasher Road. This is in Caneville Township. This is for rezoning a petition for the property from F District Farming to F1 District Rural Residential to allow existing home to be sold off separately for the remainder of the farmland. It has been approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals. The Development Committee approved it. I don't know if there's any questions or comments.
Are there any questions on this? And I think Nadine, is she here? Mr. Ford?
I think she is. She did have signed up for speaking.
Would you like her to speak? I don't.
She would like to.
Okay, very good. Nadine, are you here? No, I see not. So I think with no other discussion, I think we're ready for the vote.
Is there a second on that vote?
Yes, there was a second. Who seconded?
Roth will second it.
Thank you.
Okay, for petition 4610, Allen.
Allen, aye.
Bates.
Bates, yes.
Berman.
Berman, yes.
Doherty.
Doherty, yes.
Okay, Mr. Davis, are you here? Ford,
Yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Oh, yes.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder.
Linder, yes.
Thank you. Melina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Burgess, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Jeppy, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young. Passes.
It passes.
All right.
Sir.
Madam Chair, I move our second petition, 4611, which petitioner is Paul Emma, and the location is 37 West 391 Keslinger Road, and this is in Geneva Township. The proposed is a special use request in the B3 Business District for an open air lot for car sales. Zoning Board has approved this with a few stipulations. The County Board approved this for recommendations along with the recommendation of stipulations from the Zoning Board.
Right, are there any, is there a second on this?
Roth will second.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. Are any questions on this? Seeing none, is your petitioner here?
They did sign up to speak. Jolante?
Would you like?
It's a no-brainer. The board. It's a no-brainer.
There we go.
Hello,
Good and you are?
Jolanta Parviolek. I'm the owner of Luxury Imports.
Okay, would you like to say a few words to the board?
I mean, nothing new. We are trying to move our business next door, literally. So that's why we are trying to rezone it.
All right.
No,
Yeah, what is happening here is they already have the business next door and they're actually moving to the place right next. And for what we saw in our meeting, that this actually clears up the area as far as what it was looked like before. So I don't know if there's any questions or comments.
No, none? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty.
Doherty, yes.
Thank you. Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Juby, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Burgess, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe, Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Passes.
very good. Congratulations to both. All right, is there any new business?
Madam Chair, Surges?
Yes, Mr.
I
Surges.
motion to modify our agenda to move executive session up before new business for the reason of settlement of claims and probable or imminent litigation. A second.
Second that?
What's the reason?
Why?
What's the reason for it?
Yes.
This is Caius. Would this, is this, I understand moving it up if it's a standard release of minutes or something to be really short. Could this be a long presentation? Inconvenience a large number of people by herding them out of here and bringing them back in?
No, it will not be a long presentation, but it is taking into consideration the attorneys who are waiting to present to all of you on the issues of the county. It should not be long, though.
5 minutes?
I don't know. I'd have to check with them, but I could not imagine it'd be longer than 10.
All right, we've got to take a vote on this. Whether or not we're going to switch the agenda. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, no.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Yes.
Kenyon, I'm sorry, Juby. Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
No.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Burgess, yes.
Carver,
Carver, yes.
Pepe,
Pepe, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
I mean, I understand this.
So passes.
All righty.
Nobody in the
Was that you, Mr. Young?
That's true. And they're
Oh.
gonna use up all their time.
Right,
Yeah.
we're-
Mr. Young, you're cutting in and out.
I said yes. I will hang up and call back
Okay.
back in.
Oh, okay, very good.
Oh, we
very
have
good.
your vote. Thank you, Young.
All right,
Okay, so I guess we
let me change hats here right now. We are going to be going into executive session. If everyone, I appreciate your understanding. We will make this as efficient and as quick as we can.
Madam Chair, don't.
And-
Point of order.
Yes, we have to go.
I think
have to
we
take
need a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
may I
we
move
need a
that we go-
motion and a
Madam-
second to move into executive session, please.
Madam Chair, may I move that we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing litigation?
Pending and probable
Being
litigation.
improbable.
Pending and probable litigation.
Roth will
Roth,
second.
And we have a motion from Mr. Tepe and Mr. Roth seconds. Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, this is the vote to go into closed session. Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Yes. Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Ford, Gums, Iqbal, Juby,
yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Burgess, yes.
Carver,
Carver, yes.
Pepe,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yeah, right.
Please.
Place to sit.
All right, those of you online that are joining us in the closed session, please accept those invites. Even those folks in the room that are joining us must accept the invites before we can get started.
Today is maybe not the best.
Yeah, well, we're gonna run into these situations where there's a big crowd. I don't get it. I mean, I don't oppose it. I think that there's plenty of meetings.
Big bad
We
guy.
could do that. We get 2 people or 5 people or something, go outside.
No, it's fine. Go ahead, hear the story.
Here we have.
Beautiful packed house.
Is she making?
No, he's making.
It appears folks in the room are the ones holding us up.
Well, for 2 lawyers.
Well, let's look at it and see what we got.
Just say their names, Blair.
See how long it takes. Usually I'm the one.
Still missing 2 folk. Oh, down to 1 folk in the room.
That, by the way. Chris's fault.
Even have some emails.
An hour ago. Mr. Cox.
All right, is there anybody hearing my voice that feels they should be in the closed session?
Don't drop that.
Don't ask any questions.
That's Roth. That's Roth and Bates. Your nephew?
So there are no gas stations, no nothing. Shit.
Okay, David, you're not on mute.
Sorry.
They have food trucks.
For our
Yeah.
attorneys that they wouldn't
Be
have
really
to
sexy.
be at the meeting. Hell, they weren't at the
Cafeteria.
meeting either. They're at their office. So I just don't see the reason for us. Well, all right. That, you know, that's a, that's. I just don't feel that you got 30 people out there and we send them outside. That's BS.
Consent agenda.
All right, you are in open session.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Everybody can take their seats, please.
Hell, yeah. Pay attention. I'm ready. I'm ready.
You're right.
I
Don't be distracted, or will you?
You're back in open session. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Allen,
Alan present.
Bates,
Present.
Berman,
Who's here?
Doherty,
Doherty's here.
Davis does not, Ford,
Board present.
Gums,
Comes here.
Iqbal, Chuby,
Should be here.
Kenyon, Caius,
Guys present.
Leonard,
Leonard here.
Lewis. Lewis is
Be
not,
right back.
what? I'm sorry.
Be right back.
Linder,
Linder here.
thank you. Melina,
Melina present.
Roth,
Roth is on that.
not there. Sanchez,
Sanchez present.
Overtime.
Silva,
Silva's here.
Strathman,
Strathman present.
Surgis,
Surge's present.
Tarver, Tepe,
Jeffy here.
Williams,
Here.
Young.
Young here.
All right. You have a quorum.
Okay, very good. So welcome back, everybody. Would anyone like to remove an item from the consent agenda?
Yes, this is Mr. Young, 23-335. Contract with Hart.
Right, I got it. Ms. Juby?
I'd like to remove 23-344.
344, I'm sorry.
344.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes.
Doherty.
ma'am. Oh, hold on, Mr. Doherty.
Okay.
Alan, 23-338.
Mr. Doherty.
23-340. 23-345.
Hold on a second, please.
Sure.
345.
Yeah, 340, 345. And that's it.
Okay, very good. Yes.
Silva 23-330, please.
Anybody else? All right. Mr. Tepe, could you please present the executive resolutions?
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'd like to move forth two resolutions. One is Resolution 23-320, appointing Constantine Dino Constance to the Board of Review for a 2-year term. And the second one is Resolution 23-321, appointing or reappointing Michael E. Madzariak to the Board of Review for an additional 2 years.
Point of, point of,
A point of order, my mistake, my apologies. All right, I'm back.
Party.
My
Your party.
apologies. May I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I so move.
Second that motion.
Thank you, thank you. There's an exception of item number 330, 335, 338, 340, 344, 345.
Ones that were.
Can we add 349 to that?
Said 330, yeah.
Discuss them separately.
Could you reread that, please?
Report.
Off consent.
Consent.
It's already off. I'm so sorry.
That's
I
fine.
apologize.
Okay, with that,
Madam Chair, could you please reread that,
Oh,
those numbers
absolutely.
again, please?
on the the consent agenda, with the exception of 330, 335, 338, 340, 344, 345.
And,
That's already off consent.
Look at the line above.
Oh, I'm-
In there, Cliff.
You know what? I'm not reading that properly. I
Yeah,
got
it's
it.
right there. You're not reading that.
Okay, everybody good? All right, so clerk, please call
Sorry.
the roll for the consent agenda.
Ellen,
Ellen, aye.
thank you. Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Ford, Gums,
Gums, yeah.
Iqbal, Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Pepe,
Steffi, yes.
Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young.
Young, yes.
Thank you. Okay, that passes.
Yes, this is very good.
7, 8. Oh, shit.
All righty, now, may I please have a motion and a second to approve, possibly approve item number 23-330.
Moves. Molina will second.
Thank you, Ms. Molina.
Who
Miss-
moved? I'm sorry. Silva? Okay. Kind of thought that.
All right, Ms. Silva.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. The reason I'm taking this off the agenda, authorizing contract for Prison Rape Elimination Act resident reporting services for the Juvenile Justice Center is exactly why, because Juvenile Justice Center, I couldn't just vote on this without bringing attention to what we're voting on. It's such a big, grotesque, not monumental, but I don't take it lightly. There is that this could possibly be happening under our watch. I feel personally responsible if it does. So a couple of questions. The contract with Family Service Association of Greater Elgin to provide residents reporting services for detained youth at the Juvenile Justice Center. It starts September 1st of 23rd to end August 31st, 2026 for the cost of $16,800, almost $17,000 per year. So I guess I'm wondering, do we have statistics? Do we know how often this gets reported? I'd like a little more information on how often this is happening under our watch.
If I may, I know.
On the spot.
No, that's okay. Miss Ost isn't here and she speaks a lot more eloquent than I do. What we find is a lot of the residents that come to the JJC already come with a background of sexual abuse background. So when we do the intake forms, it kind of comes up and it's reported that way, and then they're given counseling. So this is an extension of a counseling service that we already offer. It doesn't happen, as far as I know. I haven't had any reports of it happening while they're in detention, but it's during the intake that we realize that our children have been exposed to this type of abuse. So it's a way of helping them navigate through it, through the counseling services that's offered.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually that is an important thing to know, because it does not appear that it's happening while under our custody. It appears that this is something that we are actually flagging down and offering services for. So I'm happily in support of
Wonderful.
this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam
And-
Chair.
Yes.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
Ms. Bernadette May, who's the Executive Director of Family Service Association, is here in the audience and I'm sure she'd be happy to address any questions that we had.
Does anybody have any questions?
I would love to hear briefly, I know it's a very long meeting, about the intake process and how Greater Elgin is, what happens to our kids.
Well, I thank you for taking such interest in this because it is important, but I think really Kane County should be commended because what your local juvenile justice center has done has sought the highest level of accreditation possible through the state of Illinois to be able to assure that they are in line with this act. And so through that, that means they have to seek a separate vendor so that there's no conflict of interest, so that any potential, so this allows kids an opportunity to be able to speak up and say, I don't feel safe in my environment, right? And so then they get to do that anonymously to us. And so there wouldn't necessarily be any retribution or anything that may potentially happen, right? So it actually just, it is actually, I mean, Kane County should be commended because the standard that Kane County is keeping is higher than most of those across the state. So kudos to Mike Davis, who runs the Juvenile Justice Center. And typically kids are reaching out because they need services of some kind, right? There's not anything nefarious happening. So it's an excellently run center.
Okay,
Well,
thank you, Ms.
so
May.
much.
Yes.
Sir, just Ms. May, if we can divert just for a second, is congratulations in order?
Yes,
Sabbatical is planned.
Yeah,
Thank you for all you do and have done for the community, and I applaud you, ma'am.
Thank you. I am leaving. I'm leaving the area and going on I'm actually going to be a nomad and live in my RV for a couple of years. That's the reality. As my husband retires from his longtime career as an air traffic controller, and but however, I'll forever be a social worker. So I'll be connected to the community.
Thank you, Ms. May.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Also, I hate to take up more time, but as a person who is allowed to go in as a volunteer chaplain into the JJC, before anybody goes in there, you have to go through the PREA training and sign off that you understand. And basically, if a child was to say anything to me like, oh, I feel like I'm being abused, I feel this and this and that, I would have to mandate, or as a mandated reporter, I would have to make sure that it was passed on. And I think as Ms. Molina said too, these kids come with so much baggage, and we want to do them no further harm. We want to help heal them. And I have not heard from any child that I've dealt with there that they feel unsafe in that environment. There's also posters all around with the number for the counseling, for the sheriff's office, a couple other ones. So there's a lot of avenues because it's so important that we protect these children. You're absolutely right.
And I completely agree. I think, if I may, Madam Chair, I think Mr. Davis is doing a phenomenal job. And as you know, I've been there, and I think, and I just, the way it read, I wanted to make sure that we didn't just pass it without asking that important question. So thank you for what you do.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Silva. There's no other comments to this. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen.
Aye.
Bates.
Bates, yes.
Berman.
Yes.
Doherty.
Doherty, yes.
Ford.
Yes.
Iqbal.
Yes.
Juby.
BI.
Kenyon.
Yes.
Caius.
Yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Lewis.
Yes.
Linder.
Linder, yes.
Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth.
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva.
Silva, yes.
Strathman.
Strathman, yes.
Sturgis.
Tarver?
Carver, yes.
Tepe.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
That passes.
May I now have a motion and a second to potentially approve item number 23-335?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Gums. Second.
Seconds. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Young.
Well, yes, I pulled this off the agenda to discuss it. This came to the
I'm sorry,
public.
point of order, is there a motion? and second?
Yes, yes. Who seconded? Mr. Sanchez. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Young.
Okay. So this came to the Public Service Committee meeting a couple of weeks ago, and it was a surprise to me that the clerk was asking for $8 million. And to me, it was just out of the blue. And yes, we do have old machines, but I was thinking that there would be just some buildup to this, maybe, because the clerk's office meets with the Public Service Committee every month, and you would think that something would have been said, but nothing was said. In our packet of information, I did not see a formal quotation from Hart to the clerk's office, like itemizing the number of machines that were going to be purchased, how much they each going to cost, nor did I see anything about maybe a refund for the existing machines. I did not see a competitive bid against the Hart machines. I mean, I'm sure there's other people that manufacture these voting machines. And we've been talking for the last couple of months about paper ballots and hand counting, and that wasn't even brought up as a discussion point as an alternative to these voting machines. And even on June 22nd, when Jack Cunningham came to our meeting, he specifically said that we were going to go to paper ballots. So I was waiting for that to happen, or at least a presentation to happen. So that's why I want to have a discussion about this. And I've got more to say, but I will let others speak. Thank you.
All right, very good. Would anybody like to comment on this?
I just have a question.
Yes, Ms.
Weren't
Chippy?
these the same machines that were up for us to look at?
Yes.
That actually did have a paper ballot
Yes.
component to it? These are the same machines? Okay, thank you.
And we have representatives from the clerk's office. So if one of them would like to come up, just for clarification if necessary, that would be appropriate. Yes, sir.
There was a presentation, Roger had given out to everyone, and it did have the price and also the number of machines. It's on page 13 of that 14 page
Okay.
that we
very-
did at that meeting.
All right. Okay.
And it also had the breakdown of cost, hardware versus service versus warranty.
Absolutely correct. Thank you.
I'd like a couple of questions answered. Number one, why don't we, or didn't we competitively bid this purchase, or are we required to?
No.
And what's the impact if this gets pushed off a month to the clerk's office?
I didn't hear that second question.
Yeah, the impact if it gets pushed off by another month delayed.
Well,
Introduce yourself, please.
my name is John Duggan. I'm a deputy clerk with the Kane County Clerk's Office. The first question was, I'm sorry, which was the first question?
A competitive bid.
Okay. We believe that this is a upgrade of the existing Hart system that we have been working with them on, basically extending for the last 10 years. We have acquired numerous items of the Hart system to replace and to take parts off of. They stopped making the system that we are currently using, and we feel that this system at 18 years has really exceeded its useful life, has been a very good value for the county, and we are looking to upgrade it with this Hart 2 Verity 2 system, which is an upgrade of both the hardware and the software. The features that we have attempted to extend the system so that we can acquire are, one, that this does create and print a paper ballot. The paper ballot is, before it is printed, is initialed by the election judges when the voter registers, either for early voting or for election day voting. So all of the ballots in King County will have a paper ballot, whether they be mail-in or early voting or election day voting. Each voter will have the opportunity to verify his ballot and cast it himself at the election center, the polling place, or if it's a mail-in ballot, in the same system that we have used previously.
This will enable the ballots to be audited, to be recounted physically or manually, but they can be counted on election day during the canvassing procedure by a machine count, which is the only practical way to do it with the amount of ballots we have in Kane County and the amount of ballot styles we have in Kane County. We have over 700 ballot styles. To do a hand count of those 700 ballot styles would require 700 tally sheets to be conducted by hundreds of vote counters, and it could never be done within the 2-week canvass period, frankly, in any type of reliable way. I think that, we've been researching this with Hart for many years, and we did not, request to upgrade until their system could accommodate the features that we felt were in the best interest of Kane County. We really don't have as many options as people think. We can't have just election day voting because we have to conduct the election in accordance with the election code, which requires the variety of votings that we are now experiencing. The only agency that could change that would be the state legislature. We cannot rewrite the election code as a county clerk. We have to follow it, and as does Kane County. The other question, I'm sorry, what was?
And it was, I can't read my script.
Why didn't,
The question is this something that we have to act
Oh.
on this month?
Okay.
or
This
could we
month.
wait
The,
30 days?
We really, our objective with the timing on this was that we extended it as far as we could because of pending legislation that would have allowed vote centers, which would have greatly reduced the amount of vote machines that we would need. That has not happened, and we really can't delay it any longer. We have, what would be gained by another month, I guess would be another question. I mean, the facts aren't changing, but we really need the time to get the equipment finalized and manufactured, inputted. We need to train all over the county. We need to train the public. We need to train our election judges. We need to train our people. We have a general election, a presidential election coming up in 2024. And we really feel that this schedule gives us an opportunity to have proper training and preparation to meet that schedule, to do it properly, professionally, and accurately. We believe that having evaluated every option, that this upgrade is the best solution for Kane County. It's the most secure, the safest, and the most economical.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Bates.
Yeah.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Bates
Doherty,
speaking.
you will be recognized in a few minutes, please, Ms. Bates.
I wanted to say that I think that the clerk's office has done a good job in documenting and explaining why these machines are needed right away. I have one question. Would you say that the old machines are threatening the integrity of our election?
The concern with the old machines is, one, we don't have as auditable a track as we would like to have, because the votes that are cast on early voting and election day are cast electronically. So we don't have a paper ballot that can be verified and audited. With this, we have already attained the capacity to maintain complete transparency with respect to the vote by mail ballots. We implemented a scanning procedure and acquired the equipment to be able to image every vote by mail ballot that's cast. And we've been doing that. This will give us a image of every machine cast ballot that is cast in paper. So we will have both the paper, and the problem with the transparency of those paper ballots is, under the Voting Rights Act, we are mandated to maintain chain of custody possession of those documents for 2 years after 22 months after each election under the Voting Rights Act, which is a section of the Civil Rights Act. And by imaging them, we are advised that someone who wanted to conduct a forensic audit would have the documents necessary to do that without jeopardizing our chain of custody with respect to the compliance with the Voting Rights Act. So we are attempting to have every aspect of the election transparent with this process. That was the objective and why we waited for this evolved new improvement to the Hart Verity system that we would like to upgrade to.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Mr. Doherty?
Yes, go ahead.
Did you have a question?
That was Mr. Young.
No.
I thought, all right, my apologies. Mr. Young, it was you, please. Mr. Young, are you there?
Can you hear me?
There we
Yeah.
go.
Can you,
There we go.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Okay.
hear you very well.
So you said, Mr. Duggan, you said that this was an upgrade, but to me, an upgrade is, you use the same machine, the machine, and you add to it or you take away from it. But my understanding is these are all brand new machines. It's all brand new software. Everything is brand new, and you're calling that an upgrade, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in my opinion, that's not an upgrade. You're buying brand new equipment. So therefore, why didn't you go out and get like other bids from other companies that make this?
Because
Going back
we-
to what
we
Mr. Roth
we
said,
complied
I
most
did not-
efficiently
I
with the
didn't-
ordinance. Aye.
Mr. Young, we're trying to answer your question, please. Yes.
Okay.
I
Oh,
mean,
good. Sorry.
Okay. We analyzed the ordinance and felt that this was the most efficient and economical way to comply with it. That it is an upgrade because it's a variation on the existing system that has been improved and made more secure and transparent, which I believe is
Okay.
greatly to the benefit of the county.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Silva?
Yes.
I had a
Oh.
follow-up question.
Oh, all right. Absolutely,
though.
Mr. Young.
Go ahead,
Absolutely.
Ms.
Go ahead.
Silva.
No, Mr. Young, please finish your comment, please.
Yeah. So those are brand new systems and there was no competitive bid for these machines. I just want to make that clear that they chose Hart Systems. They didn't go out and get anybody else. These are brand new machines, and I have not seen a quote from the clerk to the clerk's office from Hart that did not make any agenda. I looked at the executive agenda, the finance agenda, our agenda, the public service agenda. Yeah, there was a presentation that was put together, but I did not see a quotation from the Hart equipment. And again, I'm going back to, I did not see a comparison to any other system, including hand counts and paper ballots. So thank you. And I've got one more thing after Ms. Silva. Thank you.
And Mr. Young, we're trying to keep everybody to 2 comments, just to be efficient with our time as per Robert's rules. So 2 times. So do you have one more comment that you'd like to make while we've got
Yes,
you?
yes, please. I make a motion to move this to the next county board meeting so that we can have a further discussion with more details, what we've been talking about.
Okay, there's been a motion
To
made
postpone this?
to postpone this until next month. Sir, is that what you're asking for next month?
Yes, correct.
Okay, to the county board?
Correct, yes.
Okay, there's a motion requested to move this item to next month's. That would be the September County Board. Is there a second? I see no second. Motion fails.
Okay.
There is a second? No. It dies for lack of a second. Okay, thank you, Mr. Young. Ms. Silva.
Yes, so I would like to say to our visitors who came to speak, I at times could be on the fence of some things and make up my mind right before the vote. Because I like to hear what folks are saying and what they're thinking. And usually residents are very wise and bring up a lot of information that we as board members in our duties in our lives sometimes don't get this information, don't find this information. So thank you for coming to visit. But I do see, and I do believe Mr. Duggan when he says this has been in the works probably for years. I don't see the office just on a whim deciding to do this change. I can imagine that there are very few companies that are specialized in exactly what we need in Kane County to be able to provide this. So I don't know if we would be able to provide other quotes with exactly it is that with what we need. And the other point that I would like to make is that we've heard of at least 3 cases where votes were cast in an improper way. So I guess I'm leaning towards the fact that something needs to change, that we need to act, because if 3 votes are we're hearing about 3 votes that are being cast in an improper way, then there could be others. And if we do nothing, then that could lead for more. So I'm going to be in support.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Tepe.
Madam Chair, I'd like to share a couple of things. One is that I personally went and looked at this machine. I tested it out. I tried to get it to fail. It didn't. I put the ballot in backwards and upside down and it still read it. Okay. So I think it was kind of interesting. But I'd like to address, I want you to know that I read every email that's sent to me and respond to those that I think are appropriate, regardless as to whether or not they're in my district. So there were quite a few people that sent emails about paper ballots. Okay. And I included in there an attachment, which is a copy of an article from August 2nd from NBC that talks about a test that was done of counting paper ballots in Arizona in a county where they had decided to completely get away from voting machines and go to manual counting and paper ballots. This particular article addresses the extremely high error rate, the fatigue in association with those individuals that were counting, okay, and the time and cost of it. I'll be happy to forward this to anybody, but I have copies of it that I'll leave over here for anybody who wants a copy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tepe. Yes, Ms. Gomes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gums here. I appreciate everybody that continues to come and express their opinions. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, in my opinion here. The clerk's office has listened to our speakers. They've identified a place that we can improve. So they put that forth, and damned if you do. There has been statements from our guests that are just not true. First of all, don't use bribery. If you're going to use bribery, go ahead and file a complaint. That's a horrific accusation. Also, it was noted that there's no confidence in our election. Well, you can read poll after poll. One will tell you one thing, one will tell you another. The Gallup poll says that 85% of Democrats are confident in elections. 67% of independents are confident in elections, and 40% of Republicans are confident with our elections. I feel like we keep talking about this and we're not getting anywhere, but I do not want in the ether that our elections are not safe and secure here in Kane County. And I was challenged to say that here in Kane County, our elections are done honestly, fairly, and I'm proud of our employees in our clerk's office. This is something that the clerks have listened to you on. Hand counting is something, of course, that I've researched. What is the error rate? I've done all of that. The error rate is 2% for hand counting. 2%. Don't believe me. Search for yourself. This information is not hard to find. I hear you. I do not agree with you. I think that when Arizona does a count and it takes 2.5 months, the ask that we have a result the same night of an election is impossible. You can't have it both the same. And I just ask you to really consider all of those things. I do hear you, but I ask you to search for the information. It's there. Don't believe me. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Mr. Berman.
Berman here. I would imagine that most of the people that spoke about paper ballots have never voted on paper ballots. In over 50 years in Kane County that we've been using automated tabulation of our votes. So I think it's sort of hard to think back about who voted on paper ballots. I know I did 70 years ago, so I know what it's like to vote on paper ballots, all right? But most people don't. I think the system that we are approving, about to approve, satisfies the need for a paper ballot that can be hand counted if we so desire to do that later. It also, it's not on the internet. It is not susceptible to outside interests or outside. And so it's covering all the things that we've talked about it being against, and it satisfies all our requirements for the future. Paper ballots were great when it was, but our population was 3 times smaller than what it is now. And it took hours and hours to get any idea as to who won the election or not. So now we ask for immediate response, and that's what we're getting with the systems that we use today. So I certainly am definitely in favor of approving what we have. Thank you.
Excuse me, is there anybody else who's not yet spoken? Yes, Mr. Sanchez.
Madam Chair, thank you. I just wanted to respond to a couple of the comments that were made. The idea that human error led to extra votes being counted is a bit misleading. I do agree that human error led to additional votes being reported on our website. But the actual vote machines that are used to certify the elections were never in any way subject to human error or inaccuracies. In order to fool those machines, you would first need to have unrestricted access to one of those machines to plug into it with a device that it can recognize. You would have to then learn the code that is used specifically for that machine, learn how to hack it, and create some kind of malware code that would then be allowed to be used to sway the election. That kind of sophistication may exist in Kane County. If it does exist, would it be used to sway elections for school boards and even county boards? I highly doubt it. The encryption on the machines that we have now is very high level. The ones that we're proposing today are even more advanced, even more difficult to deceive and to inject malware into. Also, the ports on these machines, it's notable that the ports on these machines don't respond to standard devices. So something that may look like a USB port on one of these voting machines will not recognize a standard USB device. So if there were to be some sort of nefarious intentions and somebody tried to slip a USB device into the machine, they would again have had to first go through all the steps that I listed with, unrestricted access to the machines, which nobody has. We have to do this now simply because if we wait and we want to wait until the general election to start using these machines, from an implementation viewpoint, that is a nightmare. To start a new voting system that requires education of not only staff and election judges, but also the general public, starting with a smaller election is ideal. There's always something that goes wrong and things that have to get worked out. So to start on a presidential general election is an absolute nightmare for our staff and is a recipe for disaster. I spoke with Clerk Cunningham months ago about this issue. For those of us who have been on the board previous to this current term, we know that we've needed machines for some time. It's been talked about. It's nothing new. It could have been talked about more during this current term. I agree with that, but it has been discussed. Mr. Cunningham has made himself available to all county board members to discuss this issue, to understand the need, to understand the cost, which is significantly lower than he originally told us, which was $11 million. So when I met with him, he gave me a smaller number. He showed me the quote, which Mr. Young could ask to see. I believe it's confidential until the approval is given, but we're privileged to that information. And I identified the source of funding, that the only source of funding that this could possibly come from for Mr. Cunningham. So here we are. If we wait another month, they don't have 3,000 machines sitting in a warehouse somewhere ready to go. They have to build those to our specifications. They have to send them out. They have to do training. They have to do tech support. Our staff has to do all of the onboarding and education. And then you get to the general public education. And that is a compressed timeline that frankly, I don't think is possible unless we want to really do a bad and poor job, which I know our staff does not. So it could have been discussed more, but the urgency is there. If we wait, we're asking for more trouble, unfortunately. And I definitely encourage exploration of all different avenues for improving the election system. So I'm not deaf to all of those thoughts and ideas and input from the public, but I do think that we need to make this happen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Is there anybody else who's not yet spoken? Ms. Gums, you had final comments, and then Ms. Bates.
Mr. Sanchez handled it. I just
Thank you
wanted to.
very much. Ms. Bates, you have another comment?
No, I think we need to keep the urgency in mind here. As a software developer and a few other things at Bell Laboratories for 20 years, these things don't happen overnight. They have to be installed, tested. The testing, the verification is going to take a long time. We don't want to put our employees or the county into more of a crunch time than necessary to get this equipment ordered, installed, tested, and up and running. So please, let's keep that urgency in mind.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other comments. I think we're ready to take the vote. Clerk, you ready?
All right.
All right, here we go.
Ellen,
Alan, aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Already know.
Ford,
Yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard.
Yes.
Hang on, because my pen is going out. Leonard is yes. Okay, Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
That'd be yes.
Williams,
Present.
Young.
No.
Okay, motion passes.
Motion passes. All righty. May I have a motion and a second to possibly approve item number 23-338?
Alan Moose.
Yes, Ms. Allen.
Gums will second.
Thank you, Ms. Gums. Mr. Young?
I believe Alan pulled this.
Oh, Ellen, oh, my apologies, Ms. Allen. Thank you.
I think that
Thank
was
you
me,
for
yeah.
the clarification.
This is an easy one. We have such an exceptional staff and we have for years. Not everyone was allowed to be over at the property, at the multi-use facility as it was being built. So we asked Drew Frost, one of our members, who was in construction, to wear the official Kane County hard hat and roam around there and represent us as the owner's rep. And one of the things he got the idea to do was to approach Senator Oberweis when the legislature had money to move around for various projects. And when Senator Oberweis said that he would be happy to support a $600 grant for our building, we were just over the moon. And then our grant guru, Scott Berger, said, "Careful, folks, just because this is all happening doesn't mean any of it is automatic. You're going to have to do a lot of jumping through hoops in order to make this happen. So at that time, it was Ricky Sparks and a secretary, Lily Clegg, who when I walked into that office, there were stacks of paper that were being put together for this grant request. And they moved it through for us and got the 600,000. And then we had another crack at it and got an additional 750,000. And we have, and I believe that was shepherded by Chris Allen. And the thing is that we worked so hard to try and control the money we were spending on that building to make sure that it was within our financial structure, that we would be able to handle those payments in an orderly manner, get it paid off pretty promptly, and to have an extra 1.35 million come in to help us out is just a wonderful thing. So I just wanted to say a big shout out on behalf of all of us who've served on admin and all of us who've gnashed our teeth over the money, to say thank you to our staff who work so hard for us to make things go smoother.
Thank you for those generous comments. Any other questions or comments on this?
I'm sorry, was there a second?
Yes, Gums.
Good.
So with that, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Dirty yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Well, yes.
Zuby,
Yeah,
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Bethman, yes.
Surges,
Carver?
Carver,
Yes. Mr. Tarver, again, please.
Historical perspective.
right,
Well, done, done.
Tarver, yes.
Steffi, yes.
thank you. Williams,
Williams, yes.
Young. Mr. Young? Oh, okay, passes.
Okay. May I please have a motion and a second to potentially approve item number 23-340?
Bates moves.
Caius would move.
Alan,
Caius would
second.
Bates,
move.
Caius.
I so move. Ms.
Stefan,
Bates,
second.
Ms. Bates will second. Who called this?
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty. All righty. Mr. Doherty.
Yeah, I just have a bunch of questions on this. First of all, where in this ordinance would it stop someone from drowning?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yes. It has been mentioned that this ordinance would prevent a worker from drowning. How and where in this ordinance would it prevent a mistake like leaving a worker and letting them drown?
We're not hearing you clearly. Did you just say this will prevent a worker from drowning?
No, that was what was said in executive. I'm asking where in this ordinance would it prevent a worker from drowning?
Is there another question that you have?
Sure. Where would it prevent the house from burning down because the ceiling fan was put in wrong? And how often are we bidding jobs putting ceiling fans in houses?
All righty, so we have drowning, we have a house
And
from
was that
burning,
executive?
from
You were there.
a ceiling fan, and what is the other question?
Well, this was at executive. You were there. You recall this, correct?
Well, yes, but I'm just, sir, I'm not
Okay.
arguing with you, I'm just
okay.
listing the questions.
All right, you seem confused. So my other question is, this ordinance, our RFQs already contain 85 to 90% of the requirements in this ordinance. Why are we forcing the ordinance to hamstring us so that we have to do it this way every time instead of, if we wanted, why don't we just put it in the RFQs? And then occasionally there may be a reason not to have every single one of these things in an RFQ. So why are we hamstringing ourselves and forcing every RFQ to be the same?
Okay, is that, we have clarification from our parliamentarian. Hold on a second, please.
Yeah, I just asked to point out that the amended, this ordinance was amended at executive,
Yes.
and I understand that the online people did not get a copy, was not in the packet, Madam State's Attorney?
That's correct. Assistant State's Attorney Ford can actually read the language that was passed in executive
Very good.
that was supposed to be on this board for voting, and we just wanted to make sure that this board was aware of what was passed in executive.
All right, well, we're jumping ahead with Mr. Doherty, so everybody just hold on, please. No, and you can stay
I
there.
only wanted to make sure, Shepro, that everybody in discussing this was aware of what draft or version.
Oh,
we
I
were
no,
talking
I can
about.
appreciate that, but I didn't want to cut off Mr. Doherty's question. Mr. Doherty, is that it? And all of those things will be answered. Well, those questions, so.
I
no
think
other-
that's it for.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking for. I'll wait for my answer.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Okay, please, Mr. Ford, do you want to come up and present the clarification so that we are all set on the same page?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Assistant State's Attorney Stephen Ford. So under Section D of the proposed RBO, validity of pre-qualification classification, essentially an amendment was made at exec that would change the pre-qualification period. So once a bidder is qualified as a responsible bidder, to change the pre-qualification period from 12 months to 3 calendar years. So just for the record, I just want to note the changes that were made were on the 7th line under Section D, subsection 1, the phrase "for a period of 12 months" was stricken and replaced with the phrase "for a total period of 3 calendar years." Then if you go down 2 more lines, starting with the word "thereafter," the phrase "during the 3 calendar year period" was inserted. So those were the 2 changes that were made at exec. And I just wanted to clarify that that would be the version that you would be voting on, provided that this is what is called to vote.
Okay, does everybody get that? From 12 months to 3 years. Okay, very good. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ford. All right, so there's a couple of questions that were asked. Yes, Mr. Caius.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Caius. I'm not sure I can answer specifically where somebody didn't drown. That was a comment, an aside. The RBO will include safety things. I would like to reiterate what I had said in exec, and that would be that for some of us on the board, last March, some of the new members, this might have been the first time you actually heard of a responsive bidder ordinance. And that was when we received a presentation on the concept of responsible bidder in the committee of the whole. So we did get a full presentation over 3 or 4 months ago with plenty of time for us to examine and vet this. Those who've been on the board a long time will be familiar with responsible bidder ordinance because at one time we had one and it was removed from the county ordinance. And that made us, you might even have been for that one, right, Madam? Yeah. And for others like me, who've been on the board for about 4 years, maybe 5 years, we've considered a responsible bidder ordinance in the past, about 4 years ago, and we didn't pass it at that time. But responsible bidder ordinances are not foreign to Illinois or in the metropolitan Chicago area. Over 100 government entities in Illinois, villages, cities, counties have ordinances that deal with vetting responsible bidders. These include, as it was mentioned earlier, Lake, Will, DuPage, and villages like Naperville, North Aurora, Elgin, Carpentersville, and that's just a modicum of them. So even though there are a lot of them, we reviewed quite a few of the responsible bidder ordinances from our neighboring counties. And what it does prove is that none of them are exactly the same. Each one is tailored to what the county and how the county, what the county's needs are. But they do all have something in common. The intent of the responsible bidder is to ensure that companies that submit bids for construction projects, mostly construction projects, meet certain minimum standards. And that would be maybe addressing Mr. Doherty's question about why do we have to do this? But for us to have those clearly defined methods allows us to ensure that the work provided is of high quality and it ensures the tax dollars are used efficiently, successfully, with high quality results. That might have something to do with the ceiling fan that Mr. Doherty asked about, because it requires that we support standards for companies that bid projects for us to meet certain standards. They have to be qualified. It also assures that the qualified workers who perform that work are treated fairly. They're safe in their workplace, and that would be the safety factor that I mentioned about drowning in place there. Because this, not only does this talk about training and things, it talks about a number of other things that I don't even mention here about the standards that they're required to meet, which are professional standards. Such as the improved professional trade skills. And that training is provided by the Department of Labor standards. So that's very important that it be an official U.S. representative organization that vets the certification that allows for training for the people that are going to be working on our projects here and where we're spending our taxpayer money. What we did was we began the process in May. We heard this first in March with an idea of getting an ordinance that would accomplish the very same things I'm talking about, which is quality work and workmanship and safety for workers and training. We started with a template of a responsible bidder ordinance, and then proceeded to examine and modify and re-examine every aspect of that RBO, the responsible bidder ordinance, to create a document that was a good fit for Kane County. And we compared it, as I mentioned, to other counties around us. We reached out to the state's attorney, who was involved from the very beginning, all affected department heads to work together on crafting the ordinance. This included department heads from IT, building management, purchasing, water resources, and the Division of Transportation. We met a number of times throughout June and July and thoroughly examined every aspect of the ordinance. There was nothing that was sacred. Nothing was passed through without our examination. We have worked collaboratively. Boy, it's been a long morning. And I think we have created a sensible document that fits, again, Kane County. Among the issues that we discussed and modified, we worked with the Transportation Department to include language to avoid any duplication, since the Transportation Department is already required by state law to adhere to nearly all of the requirements for their projects. We got input from purchasing to make sure that there was enough time to adapt to the procedures. It won't kick in till the end of the year, and that their staff would not be overburdened. We work with building management to make sure that the ordinance is a workable solution for the wide variety of construction projects and maintenance projects that the county requires. We discussed the minimums for the ordinance to take effect, and we arrived at the consensus that anything above $30,000, which is our limit for the minimum limit for requiring 3 bids, should trigger the application of the ordinance. And the arguments were twofold for this. It's important. Number one, it's important to provide safety and quality on all projects, no matter how small, even under $30,000, I would add. And our purchasing department indicated that, and number two, our purchasing department indicated that the responsible bidder ordinance would not exclude small contractors on the vast majority, if not all, of our recent projects. So it doesn't affect small businesses. It doesn't exclude small businesses. It affects them and it requires them to be to provide quality and training and safety. We worked with water resources, to tailor to our county, work with water resources to exclude projects up to $100,000 in special service areas, which are grant funded and they occur mostly on private land. So we actually tailored it to things that are happening in Kane County. It wasn't just a broad, we're going to paint the whole thing. We tailored to that. And beginning in June, since June, actually, the beginning of June, we've worked through several drafts of the ordinance with the state's attorney, just to be sure that we are in conformance with all applicable state statutes, legal obligations, liability risks, and actually just practical concerns. Will this work? We included a clause actually to ensure that purchasing would have an alternate method to award contracts were there to be no qualified bidders for an important project. So if it's not working for us, there's an out clause, as we would call it, so that we can, if there's something that's very important, we can make sure that the work gets done. And we did also confer with labor to get their opinions. I believe that the ordinance that is in your packet today with the modifications that he's mentioned, which was actually suggested by the purchasing department, which is just to extend it for 3 years if they qualified as a qualified bidder, then they can keep that qualification for 3 years as opposed to 1 year, so that the staff at purchasing doesn't have any extra burden. I think it's a perfect fit for our county, as good as they can get it this time. Of course, nothing is absolutely perfect. We allowed time for the ordinance to be implemented after it's approved by the board. So it would not take effect until the end of the year. So should we need to modify it? And then so I might add, I would just repeat a few things that the modification in our ordinance is primarily about how the county conducts its business. It's not a document that is about touchy-feely things like small business. Small businesses are in business to do things. We want them to work for us. We want them to do good work. We want to make sure that they are qualified to do that work. This document established professional standards that protect the county. And to say that we haven't had any problems with it is a certain invite for us a couple of years down the road to end up with a huge lawsuit about defective something or others in a building. So what we want is when people bid our projects to make sure that they're square with the state, they pass the state that they prove that they're licensed with the state. They prove that all of the things that I mentioned, so that when we do have them working on our projects, we can be absolutely certain that we're getting the best product necessary. I think that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Caius. Ms. Gums.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My good friend, Mr. Doherty, had some questions. I think they're good questions. How does this stop accidents from happening? That's a fair question. You read it, it raises our standards. It asks the people that are going to be doing work for the county to get a better education, to continue that education. RBOs, they have individuals, their turnover rate is less than in all counties that have RBOs. So you're getting people that have experience, and that experience is being amplified with training. So that's one way that it stops somebody from drowning, is because it's raising the bar. It's asking for a higher standard, and it's protecting the taxpayer dollar. I wrote a few things down before those questions came up, but before I get into those, I hope that answers your questions, Mr. Doherty. That's just my personal opinion.
Thanks. We can agree to disagree that it's not going to prevent accidents. Accidents happen. My biggest question is.
Yes, Mr. Doherty, I'm sorry. This was rhetorical. You will be recognized.
Okay. All right, we'll come back to you.
Very good. I just, Mr. Caius has expressed a lot of things. I apologize. My contacts are crap today. But I did write some things down that I find to be extremely important. you know, we want verifiable standards. We want objective standards. But verifiable is a good word, right? Like, do we trust people to tell us that they're continuing their education, or do we want it verified? This RBO does all of those things, in my opinion. The employees under the RBOs, or the counties that have RBOs, they're paid more, they're treated better, they're safer. They also reduce our liability. So when we have a project that goes wrong or bad, the taxpayers benefit from that because we have a higher standard. That's what we're asking for. And I believe we shouldn't put this off a day longer. I did read my lovely colleague's email, and I respect the email. It was well thought out. But all of those questions for me have been answered through my research. And I would like to say that the county is going forward with higher standards and better value for our taxpayers.
All right, anybody else? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill Leonard here. I have a couple concerns about this, and quite honestly, it just comes down to one area, and it's the apprenticeship training program. Everything else I agree with. I think it's a great idea that we have responsible bidder ordinance. I think that is needed in the county. I guess where I don't have the information I need to make a decision to be in favor of it is I'm concerned about the loss of used and potential vendors that we have used in the past or could use in the future that won't have this criteria met under the apprenticeship training. And I don't know, and if someone could give me information, that'd be great, but I don't see any distinguishable lack of quality or safety between people that have had apprenticeship training and worked for the county and have not. So I'm a little bit concerned about some of the business owners that don't have an apprenticeship program or don't comply with the request in this ordinance. Just because I think we've had some very good vendors in the past that have done a great job that probably had little or no apprenticeship training, but they had on-the-job training and other things like that. I understand that training is important, safety is important, and quality work is important. And I guess what I'm looking for is to see if there is a distinguishable difference between the people without this apprenticeship training program that have done work for the county and the people that have had this apprenticeship training that have done work for the county. That's probably my biggest concern at this point.
All right, we do have subject experts here. Do I have your permission to bring one of those up? Yes, Josh, please.
Hi, Josh Wager again. Yeah, it's a great question. In the decade that we've been doing research at the Illinois Economic Policy Institute, a great deal of which is on construction topics, workforce development, job training topics, what we have found is that there's no substitute for apprenticeship training. It's the gold standard. It's the bachelor's degree of the construction industry. There's no alternative to achieving journey level status in the construction crafts. There is enhanced productivity. There's enhanced safety across the board. And I would urge you, invite you to spend a little time on our website. If you have time, you can read all about that, or I could give you a briefing on that at another time. But suffice it to say, there's no substitute for that apprenticeship training. In fact, the number of hours that you have to go through to become a journey worker in the construction crafts, the combination of classroom training and on-the-job training rivals state universities, not only in Illinois, but around the country. And we found that actually the earnings potential, the lifetime trajectory of earnings for someone who has achieved journey worker status actually rivals, in many cases, those who have a bachelor's degree. So it takes construction from being a job that people sort of vacillate off and on to on the other side of the industry and makes it a career. And again, the efficiency and the productivity of journey level workers is substantially higher. So that's the explanation in short for that.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Yes. Mr. Iqbal.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. 4 years ago, I led the effort to get this ordinance into our procurement ordinance, and it failed. Today, I have a few questions. First of all, I'll answer the question from Mr. Leonard. I have been a construction lawyer, and I have dealt with the construction lawsuits and the job site safety. And the people who go through these programs, apprenticeship program, they work in a safe manner. They abide by the rules. There's an OSHA course. It's called 10-hour course. That's part of it. And once you take that course, you become more safety conscious. So it reduces the injuries on the job site. Number two is the standard of care. You walk on the footpath. It's a very common thing. Whether you walk it here or you walk in New York or in California, you feel the same. It's the same standard. But once you cross the border, go south, you will not feel the same touch. It's the same concrete, but the workmanship is different. You feel the difference. You're somewhere else. So that's a standard of care that we have achieved through this apprenticeship program in construction industry. My question is, I support RBO. My question is this the proper format that we are voting on? 4 years ago, we did not do it this way. We changed a very small thing, incorporated the entire RBO statute into our ordinance without exceptions. And there was one exception from the drainage project, which was being considered, but somehow it got into and it became 30,000. But now it has gone to 100,000.
For drainage.
For the drainage. And there's another clause in there, another escape clause, which every subcontractor who has subcontract of 100,000 or less is exempt. I think that's a big loophole. I can create a general construction company and have 10 subcontractors divide the work in a way that I will never be under RBO. That is doable, that people do it. So there's a big loophole in here. And the other thing that I will ask the state attorney is to confirm that it is doable the way we are doing cutting and pasting in this statute. Mr. Kaya said we are fitting it into our county. We are tailoring it to our county. Is it doable? The second district court says, no, you cannot. You take the statute as is, or you don't. If you don't, then the state will implement it. If you put it, then you can implement it.
Throughout the months of looking into this, we have worked, as has been described before, with all of the departments and the board members. It is our opinion that this follows legal statutes and other guidance that we have. We believe that this is legally enforceable.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Madam Chair, Ford.
Yes,
I
Mr.
think
Ford,
She had her hand up first.
please.
I am very much in favor of this responsible bidder ordinance. And I want to remind people that the opposite of a responsible bidder ordinance, in other words, if we don't pass this and what we've been using in the past, is lowest bidder. And what that creates is a race to the bottom. The lowest bidder does not guarantee a quality finished product. As one of our astronauts said, as he was sitting in the launch pad, he thought, every piece of equipment that my life is depending on was provided by a lowest bidder. It didn't make him feel a lot better about blasting off for the moon. We want to encourage the lowest bidder ordinance, a lowest bidder purchasing program encourages the bidder to cut corners to bring their bids down penny by penny. This can result in poor workmanship, time, rush jobs, projects running over budget and behind schedule. So I think a responsible bidder ordinance is the best way to protect our taxpayers, protect our workers, and protect the county. So please, I hope you will support this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say I'm not against a RBO being produced. I just want to make that clear. My heart today goes out to those who out there who have watched, when I say over the years, work in the industry. It goes back to my time in my 20s at Fermilab. I just want to make it clear that's been at least 40 years ago. So some of the statements that I've heard, and I respect a lot of them, but it just makes them sound like they're not qualified, they're unsafe. They don't have concerns of doing quality work. They're not well educated. And a lot of these people who work out here take pride in what they do. And I've watched them time and time again go beyond the call of duty to get the job done. The ability to take a look at drawings, especially commercial drawings with what we're talking about here, with the type of project we produce, there's a certain talent that can't be taught. And that is when you can look at a drawing and see in 3-dimensional how it takes place and identify the problems that already been placed in the drawings and catch them before they even take place during the building construction part of it. So the misunderstanding that they're not qualified, and also not consider them as stakeholders. And I understand the whole process that's been through with staff and laborers, but the small business owners, to wait for them to call us instead of doing what we've done in the past and bring them on board in the beginning to review and get their opinion about it, whether we respond to their opinion or not, but just to get their opinion about what's being put out there. I don't agree with how it's going to affect small businesses. It will. I also do believe that it's going to cause for a higher number of bids based on the larger companies just have a larger overhead. So they have to carry a different calculation when they do bids. The other part, I don't think we can ever get out of the lowest bid situation. I think that's a state statute thing. I think at some point we do need to talk about that to see how it would affect. But if we're already protected well through the insurance and everything else, there's a lot of good things about this that's already exist. The other things that's on here, if it had equivalent to, I'd be fine with it, but I'm not, because it's really suggesting that there are people out there who's doing their job to feed their families do not qualify. And that's the part that concerns me. Thank you.
Mr. Linder, I will recognize you. Your hand has been up.
Good, thank you. My big concern here is safety and also efficiency. I would urge anybody to make an appointment and visit electrical training center, electrical union or a plumbing union training center, and see the kinds of things they do, the kinds of things they're taught, the way they learn to do things the right way, and they learn why that's the right way, why doing it the other way could cause a problem. Now, I fully acknowledge what Mr. Ford says. There are people out there who have got that background, maybe they were union before and they started a business or whatever, but we don't have the ability to vet these little individual companies and investigate their training and their background. When we go with union contractors, we know what the training is, we know what the background is, and it's just more of an assured thing. We still have room for that small business person under $30,000, and I would certainly urge our building people to use them. But on these big projects, you're talking about taxpayer money, and you're talking about safety for taxpayers and workers. And I just feel that having the standards of training in place and knowing that they're there, not having to hire somebody in the procurement department to go out and investigate the background of this company as employees, because it's done through the union training.
Right, Mr. Berman.
Berman here. I'd like to make a motion that we close debate and call the question.
Promise, Mr. Doherty.
8
I might
seconds.
object to it. I object to it for my
I'm sorry.
follow-up questions.
Oh, we have what fault we're,
We have a motion.
we have a motion to move,
Is there
to
a second?
close discussion and to take the vote. Do we have a second?
Tarver seconds.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Vote.
Let's take a roll. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, no.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Can I have a clarification, please? We are
Yes.
voting to call to stop debate. We are not voting on the RBO.
That's accurate.
Thank you.
It is to call.
Just,
I have a question. then.
no, it's,
Call the question.
it's a
That's
motion.
it.
You don't,
The motion was to stop the conversation, to stop the debate. And
what do we
then,
do? Call the
then go,
question?
then call the.
Or we
roll.
just sit here.
no, it did.
Clarification, please, Mr.
Okay, a motion to close debate is technically a motion for the previous question is what it's called.
Yeah.
It requires a motion and a second unless there's no objection to calling it. And it requires a 2/3 vote to close debate.
Yeah.
So this motion, as I understand it, is a motion to call the question, which would require an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the
Right.
board.
And then we,
No, if this is a vote to call the question for a vote.
Right.
So if this passes, there will then be, without further debate, a call of the roll on the main question.
okay,
If it doesn't pass, discussion continues.
discussion continues. Okay, everybody's clear? Okay, so this is just to end discussion.
How do I, Madam Chair, how do I register my objection to this motion?
You vote.
Vote no.
Oh, no, yeah. Okay, so Ellen, I have you voting as no. Bates so far, yes.
Well, I'll change mine to no.
Okay,
To call the question?
Right.
You don't want to call the question?
I do want to close the question, but I don't want to shut down discussion. So
Okay.
I will vote no.
Berman,
Well, it's.
Yes.
all right. Doherty,
Doherty's a no.
Ford, Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Well, no.
Juby,
GBI.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Silva,
Silva, no.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surgis, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Deppie, yes.
Williams,
No.
and Mr. Young. It's not there. All right, let me count this up.
The tie.
Let me just make sure.
You want to talk about it?
I don't.
This vote has been the same.
I believe it's 11-11,
Same thing.
all right?
Motion fails.
Can fails, right?
Motion fails.
Yep.
Requires 2/3.
Because of negatives.
Okay, we did not succeed with 2/3 of the vote. Motion, so discussion continues. Mr. Doherty, this is your second time.
Thank you. Again, my questions haven't been answered, and I just want a simple answer to the simple question. We have the ability to put these requirements in every single RFQ. And as it has been pointed out, we already do that with 90% of what's in this ordinance. So why are we hamstringing ourselves so that every single RFQ, RFP, whatever it is, has to go by these ordinances when we could simply add them to each request? Nobody's told me why we can't just continue to do what we've already been doing and add those requirements.
Yes, we have please. We have our speaker again, and I will recognize you, Ms. Allen.
Yeah, so if I could use maybe just an illustrative example of why wouldn't we want to just be able to turn off and turn on a set of standards whenever we want to? Standards are supposed to be a minimum threshold, and you make a policy decision and say, we want these standards for bidders or we don't. Let's say, suppose I needed open heart surgery. Would I want to have a standard that only an actual surgeon performed that? Or would I want to say, hey, I want to have the flexibility to maybe have Mark Gaithley do my open heart surgery? It should be up to me on a case by case basis, right? No, I don't want to do that because Mark's not qualified. Likewise, we don't want to bring the wrong element into a taxpayer funded construction project. It's as simple as that. There was another question, and it was a good one. Would the RBO absolutely guarantee that a worker would never drown on a job site? No. The only way to guarantee that is make sure the job site has no standing body of water. That's the only way. But what the RBO will do is it will lay out some sensible guardrails to improve the prospects of a successful project. That's all you can do. You make public policy, you lay out some sensible guardrails, you say, here's what we're going with. So that's the other answer. And, a ceiling fan that might catch on fire. Now, remember, this RBO only applies to public works construction bid by the county, not private work. It doesn't encroach upon private development and ceiling fans and garages and decks and roofs. So just make sure, keep that in mind as well because I know we've talked a lot about the issues. I'll stop there and let you continue your.
Thank you. Ms. Allen. Please.
Alan speaking. Some of the arguments are disingenuous in that it implies we don't already have our standards in place. And the fact is that we do not have shoddy workmen working on our projects, and we have not, knock wood, of course, had lawsuits coming to us because of people getting injured. And some of that is because we already require the protections that the county needs. We require licensing of the people who need to be licensed. Just like an attorney needs to be licensed, so does the electrician. And in order to keep his license, he has to do continuing education. So we already have that in place. We require liability insurance. We require workman's comp. We require the substance abuse policy and the sexual harassment policy. We require OSHA training. So people who are coming to us are already doing their hours of OSHA training so that they don't try and hedge their bet that they don't drown, for heaven's sakes, and that they look out for each other. We also require references. I think one of everybody who does a small project is saying to their neighbor, I really like your kitchen. Who did your kitchen? And when we have our bidders coming to us, they are giving references. And I think it's fair to say that our department heads recognize those projects, recognize those references, recognize people that they work with. Now, two things. One, we already have a pool of vendors who have worked projects successfully, are fully qualified, and we're going to cut some of them out because they don't want to necessarily they don't necessarily want to join an organization that requires them to buy certain services. And I just think it's not it's not for me to tell someone how to run his business. He should make those decisions about his benefits and his pension and his vacation time. And he should make those decisions for himself. And he will have people who work for him who agree to those circumstances. And if they don't, then they don't work there. It's not our job to tell that guy how to run his business. I have an Elgin vendor who has worked on county projects, and he will be eliminated unless he chooses to run his business differently. I don't think it's fair of me to tell him he has to do that. Two, in the same way that this gentleman has been adding commentary, shouldn't we have some of our vendors here speaking to the same issues and saying how they solve the problems and what they see as being more or less helpful for them? Can I ask how many board members were part of this process? Normally, this work will come through a committee, which starts with 7 of us. And so we start wrestling, and then if other people are interested, they will sit in, they will add their commentary. In my note, I mentioned that Mr. Surgis implored us to let him know that we were concerned about things that the Human Resources Committee was considering. So I think that I appreciate the work of the committee. I think that there should be more input from us. And I think there should be more input from the people that are going to be affected, who, through no fault of their own, will be cut out of our vendor pool. A tiny aside, I don't know if this would happen, but if I'm a big guy, I know what kind of projects I'm going to vote on or bid on, what kinds are worth it to me to go after. But there's got to be a very large piece of action there between 30,000 and say 500,000. And I would like to propose that if we are cutting out a number of our vendors from being able to bid, that there will be other people who will say, I can cherry pick those projects between the 30 and the 500,000. And you know what? I can charge a little more because I know that some of the usual suspects are not going to be in their bidding. So with all respect to wanting to have competent work and not shoddy work, we're still, as a government, trying to get the best bang for our buck that we can. That's why we have minimum standards already in place, and we require everybody to live up to them. Thanks for letting me address this. I would like to include our vendors who would be otherwise left out, and I'd like to include more of us in the discussion. Thank you.
If I may, just a point of clarification, if I take that liberty, it had gone through administration, it has gone through finance, it has gone through executive, and now it's being brought to the county board. So it has gone through the appropriate process for all committee members to weigh in and board recognition. So just one point of clarification, and I'll step back. We've had new speaker, please.
Yes, Mr. Ethman here. First of all, it doesn't make sense to me that if we say we're strapping ourselves by having an additional 10% of safety measures, doesn't make sense to me. We either want 100% safety or why would we even bother? It doesn't make sense that we'd be satisfied with only 90% of a safety measure and education measure with this.
Close to the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. It's better.
And so what I was saying was, it doesn't make sense to me to only have a 90% threshold of what we're asking of our vendors. And as far as eliminating individuals, we are not eliminating, we are giving them a choice. And every profession has a history of moving forward and making choices. I think I spoke before about in my own profession, which was not construction, there was no license act. When I became licensed, other people had the choice to become licensed and so to preserve a standard of values. And I think that's what we're asking for, is to preserve a standard of values. And when I am asking my neighbor about their kitchen, I'm spending my own money. I am not spending the neighbor's money, the town's money, all the people of the community and the county when I'm asking for a recommendation for my own kitchen. We have a responsibility to all the people of this county to make sure that we are protecting their investment in what we're doing, that we have a standardization of values, and that they can expect value with what they're spending their money on. And I will be supporting the RBO.
Thank you. We have got people who have not yet spoken, so I'd like everybody to have that opportunity.
Thank you. I will be brief. Just to reiterate the comments that I made at executive, again, I do feel this is about training, and I do take it to heart when I hear that maybe it's an implication that the people who are doing our jobs now aren't trained. That is not what I'm saying. But one of the thoughts that I had earlier, which has already been made, is a surgeon's son who wants to become a surgeon has to seek additional training. An attorney's son who wants to become an attorney has to seek additional training. So we are actually uplifting the folks that keep us safe, structural engineers and builders and electricians and plumbers, to keep us safe. We're uplifting them to the standard that I believe that they can that they can attain. I think it's very attainable because people are smart, because people are capable, and because they're able to run these small businesses. That there's so much that goes into that I think another standard of care, I think, is great. I'm not the subject matter expert as Dr. Iqbal and Mr. Ford, but it just makes sense to me that we would proceed in this direction. And yeah, I completely agree. You've heard me say before, I really like to listen to folks when they come and talk, and I haven't heard the other side like I would like to. So I am going to very much vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Williams?
Thank you. You know, I think when we talk about words like responsible, those are great sounding words and they're good goals and we should work towards that. But, you know, I think that what we're going to have here is a barrier to entry for smaller companies. We're going to lose some of our vendors. And I think the exemption amount needs to be higher so that we don't lose our current set of vendors. I agree with what Mrs. Allen said. I agree with what Mr. Ford said. I can support an ordinance like this, but I think it goes a little bit too far. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Surges.
Madam Chair, thank you. I am 10 minutes beyond my hard stop at this point. I am not in favor of this and will be voting no. But I'm in a conundrum saying I do have a 2 o'clock appointment that's in jeopardy and I don't know what to do here. So
You'll be late.
if we can vote or we can table, we'll take it from there. So I mean,
We're done.
Yeah.
Maybe we're done with the conversation.
Let's keep going.
Mr. Iqbal, this is your second
Yeah,
time.
I want to clarify a few things. I think Ms. Bates, she mentioned the word low cost or low bidder.
Lowest bidder.
Low bidder. Low bidder is always subject to Fair Wage Act. They have to pay the workers fair wage. And the fair wage is not just the paycheck, it's also the benefit, it's also the training, it's also the insurance. So all those things they have to do. And they are committed to do it. RBO is asking, are you doing it? Tell us. That's one clarification it makes. Second thing, Mr. Linder brought a word called union. And this is the big thing that has not been spoken, and people are afraid that the small companies will be eliminated because of the union. If Mr. Linder can explain it or somebody else couldn't explain it, that fear is not profound.
Thank you. Anybody else? Second time, Mr.
Second
Caius?
time. Second last time.
Second last time.
There's so many things I'd like to mention that don't make sense about some of the arguments here, but One is that we keep coming back that we're going to cut out these people. I asked specifically when we were in the meetings of our purchasing person, will this eliminate anyone from that is currently doing our prevailing wage jobs for us? She said, no, it will have very little or no effect on any of the ones that had been working for us. We're not cutting anybody out. In other words, that just by applying these standard rules, it would not eliminate small businesses that were working for us already under prevailing wage.
No, it's.
Ms. Gums, second time?
This will be my last for, so you know, Cliff isn't late for his super important meeting. I just wanted to address the issue of Miss Allen and how everybody was not invited to the table. We've had meeting after meeting here and they've been publicly noticed. I have yet to see anybody come before us with a concern such that you speak of. We've got folks that have been here speaking. But the folks that you speak of are not arriving, and it's not like they don't know. I mean, this is kind of a hot topic, right? So they've been noticed meeting after meeting. And I just wanted to recognize that we're not, you know, in my opinion, they haven't been excluded from any process. They're not showing up for it. And I just wanted to clarify that. That's my perception of it.
The beekeeper showed up.
Okay, hold on. Is this Ms. Bates? This is your second and final time.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Allen, I'd like to thank you for your compassion towards the small business owners. I don't think we're trying to tell them what to do. We're telling ourselves what to do. We have to be responsible for our own actions. The small business owners can be responsible for their own actions, but thank you for your compassion. And I have to agree with Ms. Gums. They haven't shown up. We have a lot of people who come and talk to us every meeting, but nobody has expressed that concern. So maybe you're overly concerned for those people.
All right, Mr. Linder, second time.
Sure, just quickly, Mr. Iqbal asked why I raised the name of the union. It was simply because I'm talking about the training that these professionals have in apprenticeship programs. And the biggest apprenticeship programs, especially for electricians and plumbers, are in the union. So that would be a good place for somebody to go see what the apprenticeship program is like. Yes, there are community colleges doing those things or other plans, and that's fine. But I know you can go to the internet or the phone book, if they still have phone books, and find the training center for the electricians and the plumbers here, you know, within 20 miles of here, 15 miles of here. That's the only reason I raised that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Linder. All right, I think we're ready.
I think
Ready?
so.
May I?
Oh, no, well, hold on. Let me see.
Once.
Did you speak once or twice?
I'm once.
It was really long.
All right, a little bit of levity. Miss Allen, please. Second time.
My second was real short.
That's true.
May I ask the feeling of the board? Have we had enough discussion here such that we think a table for additional input would be appropriate?
I don't think.
I would like to, I propose that we table this until next month's county board meeting with the intention that we will have a meeting in between for those of us who want to participate and for vendors who might want to speak out as well.
Is that a motion?
You're asking to postpone?
Table.
You're asking to postpone until next board meeting of September.
Yes.
All right, there's a motion on the table.
Doherty.
Mr. Doherty seconded. Okay. Is there any discussion on this or do we go completely?
No discussion on,
No, you can discuss a
We
motion to
can't discuss
postpone,
ending discussion.
Yeah, you can, okay.
not debatable.
We get another shot at speaking then?
The
It's
discussion.
debatable.
I think it's unwise to argue it for.
I agree. Just, excuse me, that was just a stretch. That just no physical
It's a
comment.
stretch.
Well,
All right, so we have a motion to postpone until next September board meeting. Is there any discussion on that? Are you ready to take the vote? I want to hear ready to take the vote. All right, let's take the vote on a motion to postpone this until September.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, no.
Berman, Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Ford,
Board, yes.
Gums,
Gums, no.
Iqbal,
Well, no.
Chuby,
Maybe no.
Kenyon,
Hell no.
Oh.
yes,
Caius, no with compassion.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Linder,
No.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Silva,
Silva, no.
Strathman,
No.
Surgis, Tarver,
No.
Tepe,
I'm with Kenyon. No.
Oh,
Yes.
and Mr. Young. We're gone. I would say it failed, but let me count up one.
Yeah, it did.
I'm pretty sure it failed.
15.
Now do we have to call? the
Yep.
question?
Fails.
All right,
Call the question.
we are ready to take the vote
Yes.
on this ordinance.
actually, I wanted to propose an amendment.
Oh,
Oh, God.
All right.
You have to, so you can propose an amendment, ma'am.
The amendment I wanted to propose was the one in the letter that I sent out. I wanted to put into writing what Mr. Ford had suggested previously that was not in writing. And I'm guessing that you've all read that. All it does is open up the opportunity for training programs. It calls for reasonable equivalence. There is a company out there that doesn't require membership, but does provide apprentice training. So if you become part of their organization, and there's no cost to do that, then you have access to their apprentice programs. It just opens up our pool. If we have small vendors who are,
Sorry, point of order. Is this a
Okay.
discussion or are you making a motion?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overstep. I'm proposing the amendment that was in my memo.
Would you like to, I'm sorry, I don't understand what it
Is this
Are you moving that?
are you moving that? And we need to have that without explanation, just the wording on this new motion to amend the current resolution.
Yes.
Well, what is it? Please, please.
Attempting.
in the letter.
No, shoot, I appreciate that. I just want to
Um,
hear the exact wording and then we can discuss it.
All right, here I'm remiss because I don't have copies to hand out. Can people pull up their,
We'll find it.
I could read it if it
Okay.
would make life quicker.
people pull up
I have
their.
We have to.
Yes.
We have.
Chair, excuse,
Yes.
Rick, excuse me. Can I call in?
Yes.
Would that
Yes,
be okay with the board?
yes,
For the
yes,
business exception.
For the business exception?
yes, absolutely. Just hurry back into.
I'm
your
gonna make
car.
the same request because I'm 20 minutes late for a 1 o'clock appointment.
Will we still have,
We'll still have
We'll
quorum.
still have a quorum.
yes, we still have a quorum in the room. That was my only
Okay.
concern.
Healthy quorum. So the language she proposed says for county construction projects, parenthetical, construction of new county facilities, renovation of existing county facilities, or county road construction projects, in parenthetical, over $30,000, evidence of participation in apprentice and training programs applicable to the work to be performed on the project, which are approved by and registered with United States Department of Labor Office of Apprenticeship and Training, or are reasonable equivalents to such programs. You're welcome.
Is that what you wanted?
You'll have to, you have that down? We need to get that in writing. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Does everybody understand the reasonable equivalent?
I have a question.
Yes.
I'll yield to Mr.
That's
Caius.
the question. Do I understand reasonable equipment? But more on the motion that she's making. Is this to replace text or this is to,
Amend,
this is amend, this is an addition.
And
amending the
Amending what? Which part of it?
ordinance. Well,
Is it going to add this text or is it going to remove other
and what
text?
section of it are we looking at?
Section J.
Madam Chair,
Yes, oh, hold on a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Replace the entire paragraph
There is,
on the other page.
okay,
B1J.
what is the number, please?
In the current proposed RBO, it's B as in boy, 1J. And my amendment would replace the text that's there with this new text. And the difference is more leeway for vendors to get into apprenticeship training programs.
And your basic phrase is or its equivalent. Apprenticeship programs or its equivalent.
Yes. Reasonable.
Reasonable equivalent.
Or it's reasonable equivalent. All right. All right, we have a motion and that has been seconded. I think by Mr. Doherty.
Second? To postpone or was
I
it?
didn't hear a second.
Yes.
I didn't hear a second.
I will say it louder. I am seconding.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
I will not be supporting this amendment because or an equivalent is subject to who would be making that decision. And I cannot support, that opens itself up to not being a fair and just decision-making process. I will not be supporting this amendment.
Well said.
All right, thank you. Yes.
This is Caius. I've got a couple paragraphs I'm going to read. No, knock it off, Bill. My problem with it is that it's, again, following Ms. Strathman's there is what is a reasonable equivalent? And on a very simple level, follow me on this if you can. Let's say I owe you $100,000, Bill. Yeah, so, and I'm going to pay you the $100,000. But I've got in my contract here, I can pay you $100,000, which is cash money certified by the US government. But I think I can give you a reasonable equivalent. What would that be? Hay or dirt or something like that?
Oh.
So I'm this is kind of supposed to have a little humor, in it, but
Firstborn child.
but yeah, my firstborn child. The but the point is that if I give you something that has no standard for it, like the United States Department of Labor, that's the first part of this thing here. That's the US government. We're saying that the US government has set these standards for this training. Oh, but I can pay in a reasonable equivalent. What is a reasonable equivalent? Is it, we're past the point of accepting goats or whatever it is in this county, I think, for reasonable equivalent. So I don't think that it's applicable. And I would follow that with asking the state's attorney if that's a legal term, like a forcible legal term.
So again, I think what you're asking for right now is a policy opinion from us and not so much a legal decision from us in terms of that. So at this point, I would defer to what this board wants to do. Do you want the original language or would you like the amended language?
Correct. That is, you are accurate with that. Ms. Gums, yes, ma'am.
I just want to clarify, and I think I said it in the executive thing. According to the Department of Labor, there is no equivalent.
Could you speak into your mic a little?
Into your
Yes.
microphone.
Thank you.
Under the standards by which we're asking here, under the Department of Labor, there are no equivalents to what they require. There are none.
I should have said that.
Yeah, that would have been a lot easier, Chris. I mean, and I mean, that's direct, that's the standard. That's what they're saying. There is no equivalent. There is none.
All right, Mr. Tepe.
That's recognized.
Thank you,
Ms.
Madam
Gums.
Chair. May I ask Ms. Allen a question?
You can ask me a question.
Okay. I'd like to know the basis for the creation of this change. It does not appear to me be logical. Okay, and not being logical, it becomes a little bit convoluted. And I would like to know the basis for this text, because as I agree, with Ms. Gums, this doesn't make sense.
So the question is, Miss Allen,
Where did this text come from?
is that it has been noted that the Department of Labor is the recognizing entity that guides the apprenticeship training programs. What is the reason for the basis of this change?
Because
Calling in.
because I have not been part of this process, and maybe that's all on me, but I heard it at finance, and then and then we talked at exec, and now we're here. I am under the impression that there might be a company out there that does training programs. And you can be a member of it, but it's not expensive to you. So if my neighbor vendor in Elgin would like to stay a responsible bidder here at the county, and he can become part of that organization and have access to its apprentice programs, then is that good enough?
Clarification?
And
I'm not sure the question got translated correctly. Where was the source of this?
Where was the
I
source?
Come
of
from the
this?
Elgin RBO 2011, 12 years ago? Was that the
2011, yes.
2011?
When they,
12
when they passed their responsible
12 years
Okay,
ago.
so, Madam
Right.
Chair.
Okay, so this is language that's coming from the City of Elgin's responsible bidder ordinance. It was 12 years ago passed.
Yes.
All right.
It's except for the 30, 50,000 and the references to city and county.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
Well, that's not included
Okay.
in what you just mentioned, ma'am. Not at all. Reasonable, you said reasonable. And I think we have it, we can reread it, please, if we need it, but it was just reasonable, had nothing, no other language on that. A reasonable equivalent, period. Nothing else
That's their language, yes.
from City of Elgin. And I hear,
Again, Madam Chair.
yes,
If I'm understanding correctly, we want to add language at the last minute from some organization's version of a responsible bidder organization from 10 to 15 years ago.
that, I hear 12.
No, you're,
Okay.
And it's
10
the
to
City
15
of
is good
Elgin.
enough.
yeah, that's mixing it.
All right. It is 1:30. Are you ready?
Want a break for lunch?
Because we've got about another.
We have a motion and a second.
We have a motion and a second
For an amendment.
to amend.
Yep.
So clerk, could you please call the roll?
On the amendment.
This is just on approving the amendment.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, no.
Berman,
Berman, no.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, no.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Reno,
Kenyon,
No.
Caius,
Yes, no.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Silva,
Silva, no.
Strathman.
Could I have a clarification as to what we're voting on, please?
You're, right now, you are voting on the Allen amendment that says reasonable.
Thank you. My vote is no.
Is Surges online?
Sturgis, yes.
Okay, yes. Tarver,
Carver, no.
Tepe,
Deppie, no.
Williams. Are you
Williams,
online?
yes. Yep, yes.
Okay, and then Young is not here. Let's count it up.
Both no.
Where's the rest of them?
It's 12. No,
It's not in the back.
fails 10, 12.
It's in
That can be included.
All right, will not be included.
Maybe vote on the question.
All right, are we ready to call the question now?
Yeah, I'll make a
Yes.
motion to vote on it.
But don't do that.
Let's call it.
Don't do that.
Let's call it.
Make any motions.
Ready to vote.
Oh, okay, let's call the vote.
So,
We
yeah,
are voting on the responsible bidder ordinance, item number 23-340. Does everybody understand now what we're voting on?
Yes. Amendment by the as
Amended.
3 years.
With the 3-year
yes, with the 3 years.
Yeah.
years.
Thank you.
And that was put in through the executive committee that was read originally by ASA Ford is what
Correct.
you're voting on now.
Correct.
And Bates made that motion and Caius.
Okay, and Mr. Kais, did you have clarification? You ready to go?
I don't think the point is it was amended in exec, so we got the copy. We just, the language wasn't in there, so we haven't amended it today.
Correct.
It's as it
Just
was from
clarified.
executive.
Well, I believe Caius moved and I seconded.
I think I moved.
I'm not so sure.
David reverse.
Hold on, now we've got a state's
done a lot.
attorney after you, Mr. Ford.
An abundance of caution, I would recommend that a member makes an amendment to adopt what the version that was passed in exec. The reason why is because the version that was posted online for the public was the prior version. So
Bates
to
moved.
ensure that
Second.
Okay, we got Bates and Caius. Okay, we're voting on the amendment to extend it to 3 years, from 1 year to 3 years,
Yes.
36 months from 12 calendar months.
Yep.
All right, we're all good?
Yep.
Everybody understand this?
Yeah.
Okay,
We don't have to do two.
As amended on the floor.
as amended on the floor. Okay, clerk,
Okay.
please call the roll.
Madam Chair,
do we-
before that, there's more than just that. I would recommend that ASA Ford read exactly what the amendment is.
Mr. Ford, it-
I'm
the
sorry,
microphone
I'm
is yours.
sorry I interrupted.
Information, Mr. Ford, before you do that, do we have to vote on the amendment or do we have to vote on it already amended?
I would advise voting on the amendment first, and that is primarily just to ensure that we're in full compliance with the Open Meetings Act.
What you're going to do, Shepro, is that as I recall, Mr. Caius has made the amendment at exec.
Right.
And that is what Mr. Ford is going to read into the record, and that will be the motion on the floor to incorporate that amendment into the motion presently pending before the board.
Correct.
They understand.
If you would use your mic in the future, that would be great.
Go for it, Mr. Ford.
Mr. Ford, I think we're
Madam
ready.
Chair, I think there's actually, I gave Blair a slide that he could put up that maybe would show, isn't that?
be read into the.
Sure.
I could also give the language to a board member who could read it as the move-in.
All right, what?
Mr. Caius.
Give it to Mr. Caius, please.
Read it as I presented it at the board or?
Read the whole thing. If he makes
If I got to read all that line?
Next time.
No, 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 no.
Yes, this I've written out down here. That's
Mr. Caius, let's just begin.
okay. All right. So I would move to amend the resolution to read in section D. Section D is validity of pre-qualification classification. Subsection 1, line 6 would read a total period of 3 parentheses, number 3 in parentheses, calendar years. That would be inserting the words total 3, the number 3 and calendar years, comma. And omitting 12, the word 12, the number 12 months. Read total period of 3 calendar years. Section 1, line 8 would read thereafter during section 1, line 8 would read thereafter during the 3 calendar year period, inserting the words during the 3, number 3 in parentheses, calendar year period, comma.
Bates moves. Are we ready for a
I think I
motion?
moved it.
Yeah. but just-
That's what I just moved. You want a second? it?
Second.
All right, we'll get it.
Okay.
I just tried.
Is there any discussion? You're ready to vote? Ready to vote? Okay, let's take the vote on the amendment.
Ellen,
Aye.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty. Mr. Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
thank you. Ford,
Ford, yes.
Combs,
yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva, Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Surges, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams.
Williams, yes.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Young is not here. That passes.
All righty. Okay, very good.
It's on the motion. Did motion.
Okay, so now we had a previous motion to move forward, but we have to
I'm almost done.
revise that original motion so that we vote on the motion as just recently amended, right? Okay, so who was that? Mr.
That was Caius moved that one. Second, the original.
Both of you
You've
approve?
been here before, right?
Okay,
So we
very
take
good.
an amendment, whether we approve it or not.
Ready to take the vote?
Yes.
Again, on item number 23-40. 340.
As amended, right?
As
Mr.
amended.
Kibrough?
Thank you. Okay, as amended. Okay, ready?
I'm ready.
That art history Lincoln Highway EPA is pretty good.
Can you turn off your mic, whoever's talking?
Williams.
Mr. Williams?
Ellen,
Alan? No.
Bates,
It's yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
It has been decades since I have been insulted this much. So I'm more of a no than I was when the day started.
okay, so you take it as a no. Ford,
Ford, no.
Combs,
Combs is a yes.
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Surges, no.
Tarver,
Tarver's a yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams.
Williams, no.
What was?
I didn't hear it. Repeat,
Repeat again, please.
Mr. Williams.
I'm sure it was.
You're fading out. Try again. You're still not getting it. I still can't understand you. I'm sorry.
Said yes.
I heard Chinese for no.
Mr. Williams, is there any way else you could communicate to us? Yes or no? What is your vote, please?
Let's see if you need his votes.
Williams, no.
Oh,
Okay, we heard you that time.
It still passes. 7 nays.
All righty.
Yeses.
Okay.
Oh, 7 years.
You guys, I don't know what to do with those guys.
yeah, why not?
Oh, gosh.
Oh, break, Madam Chair.
Oh, no, let's finish.
Take a 5 minutes.
Let's take 5 minutes, everybody.
Stretching it to the limit.
All right, I'll
Come
go
after you.
myself.
Yeah, we may not. I may,
True, really. Davis will be here either.
Gotta take another roll call.
Yes.
What do you know about eminent domain?
Here for the fourth one?
Well,
No, he wasn't here.
for you little. You do it a lot.
Called in late. He said he had
And coffee's gone.
Yeah, he was online. Who?
Would you take care of my garbage?
My,
Got the other things to do.
I would have offered if I wasn't. Everyone always said, are you sure?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get going here, please. I'd like to call this meeting to order.
Vote on.
Yeah. Yes.
let's set a record yet.
It's fine.
Nicer.
I don't have a gavel, so here we go.
Use your microphone.
I don't get one?
Junk anyway.
We need to do roll call again because we took the break. So clerk, please call the roll.
Be gone.
I got it. 185.
The one.
Ellen, you
Ellen,
present?
here? Present.
Present at the moment.
All right. Bates, Berman,
Here,
Doherty,
Leave that there. to-
Doherty,
all right, Board,
Board here.
Combs. Combs is not here. Iqbal, Juby,
To be here.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes. Present here, something.
Thank you, Davis, by the way.
Miss
Davis, thank you.
Miss Lewis, are you present?
Yes.
Linder,
Physically, at least.
Linder here.
Molina,
Molina present.
Here.
Sanchez,
Sanchez present.
Silva,
Silva is here.
Strathman,
Still here.
Surges, are you here? He's not here. Tarver,
Carver's here.
That'd be delighted
Oaks.
to be here.
Williams, are you here remotely?
Dave the Oaks.
I don't hear him. All right, well, you do have a quorum.
Okay, we still have a quorum. All righty. Our next resolution that was called off is resolution 23-344. The motion, Ms. Juby,
So,
seconded. Okay, Mr.
second.
Ford. Discussion, Ms. Juby.
okay, so while I am not opposed to the county being able to capture more revenue by leasing out the fiber optic infrastructure that we're not using, I have a huge problem with us voting to fully support legislation that we have not seen. I was taught not to sign anything without reading it, and so therefore I will not be, I will support the idea, but I will not support a resolution that depends on something that hasn't been written.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Iqbal.
Yeah, let me give you some brief history. I think I presented it before the board at one time. We have fiber optic cables, a part of which is being unused. We had an enabling act which allowed us to lease, not the lease, to license part of it to any private party that pays us reasonable fee. That was eliminated or taken out in 2018. And since then, we have not been able to license anything, and we have let go the potential vendors, potential licensees. No, Ms. Juby's question is correct. We don't have the bill. Two senators have promised us that they would be putting a bill in for the next session. And they are Senator DeWitt and Dave Cyberson. The bill has not been drafted. The bill does not have a number. At this point, we are simply supporting that bill that will enable us to get back to where we were. The old language is in this resolution. If you look at the third paragraph, that gives you verbatim what was in the act before. And we call it enabling act. And at the very end, we are saying, please give us back the enabling act, which really we are saying the same thing that was there before, but the state attorney says we cannot say put back the same thing. there may be more than one way to do it. And we have not seen that bill. Once we have it, then we will bring it back to the board and ask for another vote. Would you support that particular language? And then the effort starts after the bill is presented, has a number on it. This is simply to support that bill.
Bringing back that bill.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Mr. Iqbal, any other comments on this? Ms. Gums? Oh, and then Mr. Ford.
Sorry, just eating. Absolutely agree that, and I think I expressed this the last time, is it's really hard to support legislation that isn't written. Is there any amendment that could be made, Mr. Iqbal, that you could foresee that we add to this that would specifically state our purpose and that we would not support legislation that goes above and beyond that?
No, we are saying that we want an enabling act that will enable us to be able to license. I asked the question to state attorney's office, could we put back some language that this is what we want? And they said, no, you cannot say that. The legislature does that, and then we go from there.
Understood. And Gums again, I guess my question to you is, in the spirit of
I'm sorry,
Ms.
question to the chair.
In the spirit of, and I agree with the fact that we don't want to support legislation that we don't know the words and the text of. I 100% agree with that. My question would be then, in this resolution, is there any language that you could suggest that says if the unwritten language goes outside of our purview?
Oh.
I mean, does it kind of make sense?
Ms. Gums, you were asking to have this resolution amended on the floor?
I'm not asking, I'm for discussion purposes. And the question at hand is, should we be supporting legislation that we haven't read yet? And I believe we need to have
All right,
further
I
discussion. on
believe the inherent thing is, to Ms. Juby's point, it's not policy of whether or not we're going to be supporting legislation that has not risen to the floor, but are we supporting this particular resolution? And that's, I think we can keep it to that finite question. Mr. Ford, you had a comment to make?
Yes, I just want to say I support this and I believe that, I don't know, but let me ask a question, that if this passes, whatever we do after that has to come back to this board to review it.
Right.
This is, yes, I would agree with you on that because it's a recommendation with no teeth.
So with that in mind, I would like to support this, just keep in mind that we're on this path of doing economic development initiative. And this is, I don't want to say the key, but I think it's a major key in making that execution.
All right, Mr. Our parliamentarian just left the house. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Leonard. I think Ms. Juby has a really good point. However, what this resolution is doing is it's serving as just support for legislation that would allow Kane County to license any unused portions of the county-owned fiber optic infrastructure to private entities. It's just a support. Until that law is passed, that statute is passed, we can't enact anything. And once that statute is enacted, then we vote on it, whether we're going to agree with that statute or not. So this is just supporting the idea. We want the legislation to come back with something that allows us to rent out to private entities our fiber optic that we're not using. So it's just a support resolution, really.
All right, very good. We have, are you ready for the clarification that was presented to our parliamentarian?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So it was suggested to address the issue. And I agree with, again, Mr. Leonard, I don't disagree. However, what we're reading is that we fully support legislation that has not been written. If we amend, and I will make such amendment, to call for instead of fully support.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So are you making a motion on the floor?
I am, yes.
Okay, so could you clarify, could you read exactly?
If I could defer to my parliamentarian, instead of using the word, fully support, well, go ahead.
Indeed, now therefore be it clause, the words fully support would be deleted and replaced with calls for state legislation.
I like it.
Great. Oh, that's the motion. You would need a second. Perfect. I'll second that, Leonard. Yes.
It accomplishes what we're here to do. It just clarifies that we're not supporting something with a poison pill.
There is a motion to make a change on this resolution.
Was it seconded?
Yeah, I second.
Good, good, good.
Oh,
going.
I hate to ask for it again, but could you, I didn't hear the.
Oh,
You
absolutely.
didn't hear it.
And I think if I may, this is what my understanding of it is. Now therefore be it resolved that Kane County Board calls for state legislation that would enable. So there is no legislation. It's a suggestion to create legislation.
Deleting fully support.
Everybody understands? Is there any discussion on this? We have a motion and a second
Amendment or as
So
amended?
should we,
for the amendment.
so should we move? the
Yes,
amendment?
it's been moved and seconded.
Okay,
And, all right, clerk, please call the roll. This is for the amendment to this resolution.
Ellen,
Aye, Ellen, aye.
thank you.
Okay.
Bates,
Did I get it right?
Bates was a yes? Miss Bates? Miss Bates?
yes, okay,
Yes.
thank you. Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Should be yes.
okay, Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
did you arrive or probably not? Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Debbie, Williams. Okay, passes.
Very good, passes. All right, so now we have are you ready to take a vote on the resolution as amended?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Clerk, please call the roll.
You need a motion to second on it though.
No,
don't we?
You've been done,
Ready.
already done.
Ellen,
She's gone.
is Ellen? She dropped, okay. Bates,
It's yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Should be yes.
Kenyon,
And then yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Yes.
Roth,
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Silva,
Yes.
Strathman.
Yes.
This is not here. Tarver.
Carver, yes.
Debbie?
Deppie, yes.
Okay, and that's it. That passes.
All right, very good.
Ms. Allen, did you have a vote for 23-344 as amended? What is your vote?
Ms. Allen, was that a yes or a no?
Alan, I.
Okay, thank you.
That's wonderful.
Okay, that passes.
Okay, so next one, may I have a motion and a second to tentatively approve and discuss item number 23-345.
Sanchez moves.
Comes a second.
And I think, Mr. Doherty, you brought this forward.
Yeah, this was mine. I just wanted to point out that I've been making pleas and no one's listening. And I think we're setting ourselves for a big failure for when all of a sudden we find ourselves in court because the Illinois Nazi Party wants to sponsor a highway and we are not doing anything to amend our regulations to eliminate any types of organizations that, you know, have ideological means. And so I'm just gonna be a no on all highway applicants from now on until we fix the ordinance to save ourselves heartache in the future.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Okay, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair Sanchez here. I just want to go on the record, say I hate Illinois Nazis. So that is a Blues Brothers reference for anybody who remembers the Blues Brothers. Let's throw that out there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. If there's no other discussion besides an opinion on the political party, informal political party, can we call the roll?
Yeah.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates, Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
No,
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Comes, yes.
Iqbal,
Yes.
Juby,
Should be yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Clarification, what were we voting on?
After highway.
After highway.
Adopted on the highways. You're gonna clean it.
Apparently I
Yes.
am.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linda, yes.
Molina,
Paulina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
It's like, why are we voting?
Okay. Strathman,
Yes.
Carver, and Tepe.
I'm with Sanchez.
Yes, yes. All right, very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on to several more resolutions.
Two more.
And don't forget the settlements.
I please have a motion and a second to discuss item number 23-348.
Paulina moves.
Thank you.
Seconds.
All righty, very good. Discussion. Be absolutely no discussion on this at all. All right, if there's no discussion, I see none online. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty. Mr. Doherty,
yep, yes,
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Comes,
Comes, yes.
Iqbal,
Ford, yes.
Juby,
Yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Or yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linda, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe.
Steppy, yes.
That passes.
Very good, thank you. All right, one more. May I please have a motion and a second to approve item number 23-349?
Roth will make the motion.
Thank you,
Tepe second.
Thank you, Mr. Tepe. Discussion? Seeing none online. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Ford, yes.
Juby,
Yeah.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
and
Strathman, yes.
Carver.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Passes.
passes. Very good. All righty. That ends the consent and off consent agenda.
Okay.
So now,
We have the three
all right,
settlements.
we have 3 settlements to discuss.
Right.
May I have a motion and a second to approve the settlement in the amount of $46,800 and $46,806.38 for the client and $15,268 for future medical expenses in case number 21WC 033776.
Sanchez
Move.
moves.
Yes,
Sanchez seconds.
Sanchez, who seconds?
Silva.
Silva, thank you. Right. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Ellen, I. Thank you.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Ford, yes.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder. Mr. Linder. Molina.
Molina, yes.
Roth, yes.
Linder, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Linder. Roth was a yes. Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
and passes.
All right, very good. May I please have a motion and a second to approve the settlement in the amount of $16,845.16 for case number 22WC 28431.
Tepe moves.
Roth, seconds.
Ms. Strathman, seconds.
Roth actually second.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Ford, yes.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
this is going Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
and Williams and Young are gone. Okay, that passes.
Doherty's a yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed you.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. One more. May I have a motion and a second to approve the settlement in the amount of $18,580.32 in case number 22WC 025980?
Move it.
Seconds,
Caius,
Berman seconds. Discussion,
Can't discuss.
clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, I.
Ford,
Mr. Ford.
Ford, oh. Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Ford, yes.
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Rathman,
Rathman, yes.
Carver,
Carver, yes.
Debbie.
Deputy, yes.
All right, I believe the public has left us to our own devices.
Smart.
So please,
I would move that we adjourn until September 12th.
Vern's birthday.
Second.
all in favor, aye? Aye. God bless.